So, we are back. I have not streamed much this week because I've felt like shit and been sick. I don't even know what is wrong with me. Been getting toothache, but it's not. It's a bit more like jaw ache, and I'm not convinced that it's actually anything to do with my teeth because it isn't one tooth. It's multiple and it moves. It's really bizarre, but that has prevented me from getting to sleep some nights at a decent time, which has sucked. And then I've been fine all day up until about 4:30, just before I was finishing work, and then I started to feel like shit. So I am on painkillers at the moment. We'll see how this goes. One of the things from me being sick and not streaming anything else is I have played a lot of this off stream. So we now have Bravura Nexus, Yoshimitsu Nexus, and Thyrus Nexus. So to reconfirm, that basically means that we have 3 relics all up to the same stage. The only thing that is preventing me from taking these further is that I need access to Stormcloak. Sorry, not Stormcloak, Snowcloak, which is a dungeon that you unlock through the post A Realm Reborn questline. Until I unlock that, I am physically unable, sorry, my brain is a little fucked, unable to finish this stage of the relic. And to be honest, once I finish this stage of the relic, the next one is really easy. It's just a light grind where I have to do a dungeon 24 times. Potentially. If I'm lucky, I only have to do it 12 times. Because it's just trying to get getting light sorted out. But yeah, so there's that. You may notice, why is the frame rate chugging? The frame rate shouldn't be chugging. You have no reason to be chugging. Oh god. Is that gonna fix it? No. Is it using the wrong goddamn graphics card again? Because I swear to God, I wasn't able to find a way. It is. It's using the same. Okay. Well, bear with me. I'm going to have to quickly reboot. Also, why is my OBS doesn't have the pause recording button anymore? Odd. Okay, well, I'm gonna quickly have to reboot the game to fix this issue. I should get into the habit of checking that before I start before I actually go live. Oh, that's because I'm trying to open another instance of OBS. So yeah, that's why it's not loading the game. I do have sick brain. A little bit. And I do have hay fever. It's normally not bad, but maybe this is hay fever. I've taken antihistamines though, and it doesn't seem to help. So I don't know. Okay, good. We're now operating off of the other graphics card. There's no audio because when I'm not streaming, I play without audio so that I can watch stuff. I have watched so much stuff. I've caught up on some anime, which has been good. Finally watched Buddy Daddies, and Hokkaido Gals are adorable. Very different vibes. Both adorable. Okay. That is a little bit better, and this is Limsa. So, what are we actually going to be doing today? Focusing down the MSQ. That's basically it. That's basically all I want to do today. Shit, no. Okay, first thing that we're going to do is we're going to finish off the Ixal. I finished them off so long ago in my head that I forgot that they needed doing. Okay, they haven't got any gil. I have gotten lucky with selling stuff. With it being Friday today, a bunch of people are buying things to sort out their A Realm Reborn relics. And since I was already gathering the items for it, I basically made extra of some of them. And I've been selling those, and it's not gone too badly. I have transferred about 1 million from my main character. But I've also made about 1 million just by selling A Realm Reborn relic materials. Which has been pretty nice, honestly. You can see here I've got a quick little guide as to how much we have of stuff. So Bombard cores are 20,000 Grand Company seals each. Those are really going to be my limiting factor to being able to repeat the quests to get the items that you need, one for each. You need one of each to a total of all 4 of them to be able to proceed one relic to the next stage, the final stage. So we have 3 weapons that are ready to go through it. My plan is to get 3 of them. Each one of those quests costs a minimum of 100,000 gil, plus however much I had to spend in order to get the perfect items that you have to craft. I have all of those perfect items. I have all of them because, like I said, I've made extra and I'm selling those. So I don't need any more of those. I think I might need a couple more Sacred Spring Water, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. You can buy those with tombstones. It's not a problem. Our limiting factor is going to be Bombard cores. But let's finish off the last A Realm Reborn tribe, and then we will unlock the allied quest line, but I don't think we'll do that today. How's it going, Thrill? I know, I'm sorry that there's not been any streams this week. I have felt like shit, and I'm still not the best. Day to be remembered this is. At last. At long last. Complete Desil Qualan we will. Rejoice, cry, soil self in excitement. Caw, caw, caw. Master of attaching and calibrating final components. Matter of attaching and calibrating final components it is. Then up, up, up into the sky before Natalan's fanatics arrive. Task for artist, Cecil has. Final task to craft finishing component. Take these materials to full god float. After must. Expect After's finest work, Cecil does. Yeah, so I think this is actually a very quick quest. Because I think it is literally you just craft it. I don't think I've really leveled any of these classes much. And I think we already had Alchemist up to 80 last week. We're getting close with Weaver, though, now, and I got both Miner and Botanist above 70. So I just need to catch up with Fisher now. So, yeah. Okay, I want to be a Alchemist, and I need to equip the wrist gloves. There we go. Hello there, adventurer. Come now, I can hardly hear you. I said hello there. I see you're seeking to craft your final airship component. I recognize the materials, but I'd not dream of attempting the synthesis myself. I'm certain that you will have no trouble, of course. Here are your materials. The facility is yours. What's funny is that this is going to be the easiest craft ever. It's the finishing component. So we're going to do this. We're going to click Trained Eye, which is unnecessary, but we're going to do that, and then we're going to do that. And overkill. I could have crafted like 7 of them in one go with the numbers that I just got. Nice. Hey, here's your part. After, quickly now, quickly! Have that final component, we must. Yes, exactly what we need this is. Final piece of Desil Kolan. Chief, talk! Terrible news there is. Squawk, news? What news? Heard from our little bird in Natalan, we have. War balloon pilots have begun priming our air stones, Tezel says. Priming air stones? That sounds ominous. Yes, seek to harness blessings of Garuda, they do. Stones provide propulsion for balloons, signals preparations for coming sortie, this does. Send details of assault, Tezel has. Fly here to Ekatel and destroy Desil Kolan, balloon squadron will. Squawk, squawk! Thick-headed zealots. Obey goddess or face annihilation, they say. Shriveled and dead their souls are. The Ekatel 9 is a gathering of crafters, not warriors, and this camp is defenseless against attacks from the air. We're doomed, aren't we? Speak truth, little no feathers does. Everything we have worked for, go up and smoke it, Will. Cease your screeching, fledgling. Need to think. Cripple this attack somehow, we must. After. Not so final was final task. Ask one more boon of After, Cecilwood. Dangerous mission for one true warrior among us. Stop war balloons from ever taking off. After must. But swiftly now, swiftly. Once they are airborne, soon float beyond our reach, they will. Make haste for Natalan in snowy Curthus. Make contact with Tuzal Toltan. Know how to sabotage assault, he will. After handles fanatics. Rest of Ekatel 9, continue with the preparations for maiden flight. Huddle in nest and wait to die, we will not. Okay. So, once we've done this, it will be all of the tribes finished apart from the allied quest line. I have no idea how long the Allied questline takes. But I might save that for next week, because given that our quest is Lord of Levin for the MSQ, I think we're relatively close to the end of the current patch that we're on, and I think it's the next patch that unlocks Snowcloak. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get there today, but if we can, I'd love to.
Featherless One is reinforcements promised by a cattle. Shh, keep voice down, you must. Wish to attract attention of these vicious air skulls, we do not. Thank your gods, Balloon Squadron has not yet left ground. Flotation bladders are filled and ready, but take much time preparations of airstone does. Charged by power of vortex arrays, stones are. Once stones are fully primed, load them onto balloons and take off air skulls will. Before that happens, disable vortex array we must. No power means no propulsion. Simple enough, yes? Tools for sabotage Tuzel has. Corrupted crystal shards. Insert these into turrets of vortex array and disperse elemental wind currents they will. But begin with primary turret, you cannot... Pardon me.
Dried pineapple is my current snack. I've got so many like fruity and nutty snacks this week because I'm just sick of feeling ill.
But begin with primary turret, you cannot. Disable secondary turrets first. Very important. Delicate and dangerous work. Disrupting flow of elemental power is. Look, Featherless One. See you this glowing device? One of 3 secondary vortex turrets it is. Try inserting shard, yes? Good, very good. Understand how it is done now, Featherless One does, yes? Within Natlan, 2 more of these you will find. Sabotage both remaining secondary devices. Then, seek out primary turret. Once main turret is down, cease feeding power to airstones. Vortex array will. Then hurry back to Egatel, and witness trial flight we can.
I had better change to something that can fight. Since we're riding Torgal, at the moment my glam for warrior is Clive's set, so... it just kind of fits. That's the one for Garuda Extreme, which I've still not done. And this is the last one.
Squawk! Robbed balloons of propulsions, Featherless One has. But sense something amiss, Tuzel does. Report to Chief Tolotok. Tuzel will. Remain in Natlan and keep eye on air skulls, Featherless One. No, better option there is. From top of Observatorium, observe both lands of Kurthus and Black Shroud at same time, Featherless One can. Send small Featherless One to join you, Tuzel will. Welcoming of sneaky Ixal at tower they are not. Squawk!
Because I've been doing so much stuff with the A Realm Reborn relics, I decided to have a look and see if I was actually going to like any of the relics. And, like, use them as glam, which is pretty much the only point in doing them. I know that I like the ninja one. The Sasuke blades. I know I like them. I think I also like the warrior glam. But beyond that, out of the classes that I've done the job quests for, I'm not really bothered by any of the other A Realm Reborn relics. Which is really disappointing. Like, the glam-wise, they're just not that great compared to other stuff. I do quite like the look of the Paladin and the Bard, though. But I haven't done the job quests for them yet. Where have you been after? Have you not heard? There was another of those vortex turret devices hidden in a ravine in Natalan. It would seem the Ixali air skulls were craftier than Toozle gave them credit for. Let us continue to the roof and see what we can see. There was only the one war balloon that managed to prime its airstone, but I'm afraid one is all those zealots will need. Without ballistas or even archers, the Cattle 9 can do naught to prevent their fanatic kin from dropping explosive munitions right into the camp. Ah, over there. It's heading south, towards the Twelves Wood. Blast and bother it all. I feel so helpless. Why must fate be so cruel? Squawk! Bring balloon directly over unbelievers' dung heap. Smash and burn their little toy, we will. Chieftain, alone up here we are not. What's happening? Good God, it's the Blackjack! I'd know my father's ship anywhere. Father, what madness are you planning? I believe that's a mount that you can get from the Gold Saucer as well. That boy's whims will be the death of me. Are they just gonna ram it? Okay. I feel like there were more efficient ways to do that, but okay. He did it! What did I tell you? Sturdy Skyways construction. That Beastman blimp never stood a chance. Please, Chairman, you endanger yourself and the company's future both. I believe I shall be sick. Oh, pipe down, will you? I haven't felt this alive in years. Besides, Highways Skyways has a more than competent successor. Let us arrange a meeting with him now, shall we? But what of your appointment? The Syndicate awaits our arrival in Uldar, and following that you have an engagement with Master Gegaruju in Costa del Sol. Cancel them. All of them. But, sir! He's using the signal lamp. Meet at Ixali camp. Do not be late. Huh, could just use a link pearl, but Father would insist on doing things the hard way. Come on, after. Let us be off. Oh shit. Oh shit. There's a car in the walls. I hate that tower.
To featherless ones, this day belongs. From Toozle about mid-air ramming, Cecil heard.
Father. Paulson had a few words with me. I thought myself too old for one of his lectures, but apparently I was wrong. I've heard that the Ixalar are people who lost their wings, are people whose greatest wish is to once more fly freely among the clouds, and that the invention of their balloons was a step towards reclaiming that which they once had. But perhaps we were the ones who truly lost the freedom of flight. Tataramu, when I look upon your face now, I'm reminded of the words I've not thought of in years.
Spread your wings and soar.
That was the slogan coined by our company's founder. By your grandfather.
Stop! Split Cecil's sides, you will.
Have I said something amusing?
Squad! Spread your wings and soar, you must. Dezel Qualan's favorite saying it was.
Your mentor said that? Then it was not only your technology that Highwind Skyways borrowed, but your philosophy as well? Chief Totalok, I wish to apologize for the disrespect I have shown you. Without the contributions of the Ixal, my company would not be where it is today. My father, Tatanora, owed his success to the knowledge he learned under the tutelage of Dezel Qualan. On behalf of Highwind Skyways, I extend my fullest gratitude to you and your people.
Squad! Enough! Make Cecil squirm in front of fledglings, Tatabaro will. Give thanks too, Cecil would. Brought Dream within Cattle Nine's grasp, Chairman's son has. Brought Cattle Nine within reach of Ayatlan. Tataramu, time to launch our bird into sky, yes?
Yes, sir. Commencing trial flight preparations for the Dezel Qualan. All crew members begin pre-flight inspections. It's a beautiful vessel. My boy was hiding some truly revolutionary ideas in that obsessive head of his. Like grandfather, like grandson. I believe you are owed a debt of gratitude as well, adventurer. 'Twas due in no small part to your actions that the dream of my son and his Ixali colleagues now stands to become reality.
Dezel is watching even now, Cecil thinks. Arrive on Paradise's doorstep soon enough, we will. Spread our wings and soar we shall.
There he is. My dear After, oh, the gratitude I would endlessly heap upon you. There are no words to express the joy I feel in this moment. But perhaps I'm being premature. Why, the ship is yet to even leave the ground. I must focus on the task at hand, and be sure that every bolt is tightened and every knot secured. There is, in actual fact, one more request I would make of you. The absolutely final one, I promise. This is a figurehead I've been working on. I'd like you to take the rest of the materials and craft the finishing component. 'Tis only fitting that your craftsmanship binds the Dezel Qualan's figurehead together. Here are the items you'll need. Pray, present them to Cecil and see that we have his blessing on the design.
Mischance to empty bladder after has. Unless wish to miss inaugural flight test after does. Squad? Figurehead component materials. Familiar design this is. When did Tataramu learn to craft traditional flying charm? Feathers of figurehead serve to remind Ixal of ancestors, and ward balloon against capricious nature of sky they do. Impressed with Tataramu's foresight, Cecil is. Have Cecil's blessing to complete figurehead after does. Crafting this component is simple matter, yes? Be sure then to pour all After's skill into task. Finish part and return to Tataramu before final inspections are complete. After must. See figurehead proudly attached for test flight, Cecil would.
Can do. Going to equip those for the last fucking time. After, you've brought the last part of the figurehead. Thank you. This will do perfectly. I think I'm ready. Ready to entrust my life to the Dezel Qulan and aim for the highest skies. We are all but done with the last round of inspections. It would be safest if you were to withdraw several steps. Only the gods know how this will unfold.
Cattle 9, arrived at long last, moment of truth has. To Ayatlan we fly! Ignite cerulean propulsion engine. Cerulean gas, primed and ready! Engine fuel pumping. Squeak, squeak! Air pressure and temperature favorable.
Engine output is steady. Instrument readings within expected parameters. Extend the wings. Open the throttle.
Gah! Gah! Release moorings. Clear for takeoff.
The Dezel Qulan is away.
Fly it does. So it flies! Something wrong there is.
'Tis the witch's shroud. God's damn it, why now? The sudden difference in ethereal density above the crown of the trees can produce turbulent air currents, a rare phenomenon peculiar to the Black Shroud, and the bane of even the most seasoned airship pilot. Keep her steady, Tataramu. Ride the wind, don't fight against it. Extend wings to full trim. Release primary and tertiary ballast. How can you even see? The ship won't turn. Come now, Qualan, is this all you have? Fly, damn you! We built you better than this! Fly! Fly!
Fly, Tataramu, fly!
And he was never seen again.
Spotted Qualan from Natlan vantage point, Tozel has. Indicate altitude of 5,000 yards, instruments do. Soar like bird, it does. Soar like bird. Yeah.
Nod. Nod. Nod? How many nods? After, the test flight was a complete success. 'Twas a shaky start, but the Qualan and I both returned unharmed. And we reached our target altitude of 5,000 yards. That's higher than any Eorzean airship has ever flown. A new aeronautic record. Unofficial though it may be. Despite its impressive performance, however, the Qualan still cannot achieve that which Cecil dreams. To climb above and beyond the clouds and arrive on the legendary shores of Ayatlan. But we'll continue to improve and tweak our prototype, and one day we will catch a glimpse of that floating paradise. There's no record that cannot be broken. By the by, After, there's something I've been meaning to ask you for the longest time. I know why I am here, but whatever brought you to the Cattle Nines camp? Well, one thing led to another, and your original mission was to respond to an Ixali threat? I do believe you've gone above and beyond, and somewhere quite far to the left of your call of duty. I dare say the twin adder officer who enlisted your service is by now rather alarmed by your prolonged absence. Perhaps you should report back to Gridania and put her mind at ease. But I gotta make sure that I look good whilst I do it. That's better. Oh, can I not? Do I have to be? I have to be a crafter. Okay, never mind. Yes, After? What can I do for... Oh, the attack on Itat Spire. The captain mentioned that she'd sent you to investigate further, but I'd completely forgotten you were still... well, that is to say, the Ixal appear to have abandoned their plans to assault our towers. Excellent work, adventurer. We must, however, remain alert and at the ready. The thought of those war balloons drifting over the city walls is one of the citizens' greatest fears, a nightmare that we must never allow to become reality. I shall likely have need of your services in the days to come, so pray keep your skills honed and your blades sharp. Did you hear the news, by the way? There was some excitement here in Credania while you were off trampling the underbrush. The son of Highwind Skyway's chairman Tatabaru suddenly vanished into thin air. Folk were crying foul play, though no body or blood was in evidence. Huh? He's already been found. Well, perhaps now things can return to normal. And there we go. That is the end of the Ixal questline. And this would be the start of the Allied quest, which we can wait until next week to do, because I really want to try and get to Snowcloak today. I highly doubt that we're gonna get that far, but I would really like it if we could. But of course, now that we've maxed stuff out, we get the wind up minion and a mount for our troubles. We're adding another dog to the mix. It doesn't necessarily look that great. Honestly, it's the most World of Warcraft mount that I think we have. But that's fine. Okay, so Mordona, Minfilia, old man with a cane. We need to kill what? Hello, Rathalos. Hello, Rathaloses. Is this going to be voice acted again? Damn! Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business, then. I have received some most disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the Sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramu. I'm sorry, may have? Then is it not certain? The Elder Seedseer informs us that the elementals themselves murmur of the Lord of Leaven's return to the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of the primal. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in the defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the Sylphs or their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If preparations for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, 'twould surely not have escaped your notice. Oh, it didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon. You foresaw this eventuality and did naught to prevent it? I told Papalimo. I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier, but there honestly wasn't that much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about people poking around in their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right after the Calamity, but that was because the Garleans came tramping through the forest. And so long as Castrum Oran stands, the Sylphs cannot be blamed for wishing to have their guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The actions of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain that observation would have remained the best policy had it not been for the sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud. That, alas, we did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Uldar drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopy of the trees. 'Tis like that the Sylphs perceived this panicked migration as yet another invasion, and quickened their efforts to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and Leviathan and blah 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 blah. I misclicked. My bad. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder what manner of place Eorzea would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us a unique opportunity. Through your dealings with the Sylphs of Little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one who has treated with the Sylphs so fruitfully in the past not achieve similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of our intentions, it may be the best first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope. Were such a thing possible, we would not have been at war with the Beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can... Let us continue this discussion anon. We must first needs counsel with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seedseer has requested your personal involvement after. Pray, report to Commander Helio at the Adder's Nest as soon as you are able. Steel yourself for the worst. While I hope for a peaceful resolution to this matter, experience suggests that your meeting with the Lord of Levin will prove less than amicable. In such an event, your fellow Scions will of course lend you whatever support you require. Cool. Back to Gridania. When it comes to actually doing the trial, I'll probably solo it for the sake of speed. After of the Scions, your arrival has been most anticipated. The appearance of a primal is ever cause for alarm and unease. Though my men stand ready for any eventuality, I know of none more qualified than you to snuff out this threat. Indeed, I would have you do so without delay. The Elder Seedseer, however, would speak with you first. She is of the opinion that your diplomatic, rather than martial, skills may better serve our cause. I will leave further explanation to our learned leader. Pray, make your way to Nofika's altar. The conjurer in attendance will admit you to the Lotus Stand. I think if I were to just go up here, that basically brings us to Stillglade Fane. The other Scions have already arrived, madam. May I show you in? You may. If I can remember to not breathe in my drink, that'd be good.
Scions of the Seventh Dawn, on behalf of the people of Gridania, I bid you welcome. Your presence is of great comfort to us all in these days of uncertainty. I summoned you here to share tidings of a most urgent nature. But a short while ago, the great elemental spoke, and his voice was clarion in its intensity. Ramuh is returned unto the forest. Scarce had his words ceased to echo in mine ears when we were visited by an emissary from Little Solace. Our guest informs us that the sylphs too have sensed the presence of the Lord of Levin. Though his exact whereabouts remain unknown, we may safely assume that the primal was summoned within the heart of the Sylphlands. Unlike the other primals you have encountered, Lord Ramuh is no raging avatar of destruction. He is revered as much for his wisdom as his strength, serving as both arbiter and guardian to his children. Given that we and the Sylphs found a way to share the Twelveswood, it is my hope that this sagely immortal will be amenable to reason, and that conflict may be avoided. Blessed as you are with the power of the Echo, you are one of the few among us who may commune with a primal without fear of influence. I would ask, therefore, that you represent us in this most delicate of negotiations. The Twelveswood has suffered enough. Upon this, we and the Sylphs, and I would venture Lord Ramuh himself, are in perfect accord. Let us not endanger our shared home by engaging in unnecessary hostilities. Dear friend, I beseech you, safeguard the peace which exists between our peoples. You have my thanks. Pray make for Little Solace, then. A member of the Order of the Twin Adder awaits you there. He will advise you on how to find the Lord of Levin. An ill wind blows through the forest.
Oh no. Who fought it?
It is not only the Twelveswood that flinches at its coming. All the lands of Eorzea shiver in dread anticipation. Have care.
Tonight we fall out. You, not me. Yeah, I saw that you were enjoying the new Fallout series. I'll need to check it out at some point. After the science, I was told to expect you. I understand you go to treat with the primal Ramuh himself. An unenviable task, but one for which I have no doubt you are well suited. I've been told that your fellow Scions are conducting an investigation of the area as we speak, though that we might ascertain the location where the Lord of Levin might be found. I would ask that you abide here until they return for their findings. I was told that a messenger would be sent as soon as your fellow Scions finish their investigation. I do not imagine it will be much longer. This one returns with good tidings. Wise ones have finished searching and have wisely identified the precise location where the Touched Ones summoned Lord Ramuh. Your timing's impeccable, my fluttery friend. Would you be so kind as to escort this good woman to her fellow Scions? It would be this one's pleasure, Walking One. Please, please, come with this one. Yo. Wise ones have ventured deep, deep within the Sylphlands. These ones must proceed carefully and keep an eye out for touched ones. I just realized. Okay. That hotbar isn't shared. I mean, to be honest, that's fine. That actually works out. That works out with what I need for right now. Less stuff cluttering the screen. This one is most sorry, but this one can go no further. Brought too close to Lord Ramu, and this one may turn mean and nasty like touched ones. And so this one must stay farewell for now. Walking One will find wise ones not far from here, to the south. Go in safety, Walking One. So, it's actually you. I'm relieved. For a moment, I thought we were dealing with another one of those confounded sylph tricksters. I swear, with them wreaking havoc with their skin-changing magics, it's a wonder I was able to finish taking my measurements. Yes, it was quite the ordeal. You should have seen the look on Ystola's face when the one impersonating you suddenly showed up. That's quite enough, Papalima. And my apologies. It's not like me to ramble so. At any rate, as I was saying, I've finished measuring etheric activity in the area, and I'm pleased to say I've reached an indisputable conclusion. To wit, that Ramu has called forth in the vicinity of the Sylph's Aetherite. Come after, the Lord of Levin awaits.
Betrays thee, servant of hiding.
Hey, Grandpa.
Thou art the bringer of light, bane of Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and Leviathan. I am Ramu, guardian of the children of the forest. Thou tramplest upon sacred soil, bringer of light. By what right doth man intrude in this sanctuary of the sylphs? The Gridanians proffer peace? Their words are born of delusion, thine offer an insult. Thou speakest of harmony, yet carest naught for my children's desires. They did but wish to dwell beneath these boughs in solitude. Yet even that was too much to ask of man. Thus did they turn to me for succor. The sentence I pronounce upon thy kind is just. Gridanian or Garlean, it matters not. The good intent of one excuseth not the misdeeds of the other. Thy conflicts have brought naught but anguish and misery unto the forest. All blame doth lie with the darkness that resideth in the breast of man. Whence sprung this calamitous seed? In the beginning no such duality existed. Were light and dark given form when man was born? It would explain much. Not least why strife and sorrow follow ever in thy wake. Thou canst not deny the urgings of thine own nature. Knowing that thy mere presence here portendeth tragedy, wilt thou persist in this pretense of peacemaking?
Tiny titties!
Thou bearest the crystal which I bestowed upon my wayward charges, that they should entrust so precious a gift to thee. Thou standest apart from thy kin. Thou art the bringer of light, aye, but there is something more in thee. Very well. I shall consider thy proposal, shouldst thou survive my trial.
That beard is confusing. It looks like his beard has a tumor.
If thou wouldst champion the cause of harmony, I must have proof that thou art fit to play the role. Wither mine ire, and prove to me thereby that thou hast strength enough to stay the darkness which threateneth to consume thee. Yet if thou shouldst be found wanting, know that all men shall perish in the storm of my judgment.
No pressure then.
Come to me, bringer of light. I shall await thee on the field of battle.
Eorzea, it is rare indeed to find you so far from a tome.
The Lord of Levin himself. Never till this day had I looked upon his visage, save in painted renderings made faint by time. Ever shall this scene remain etched in my mind's eye. Beg pardon, my lady. I must beg thine aid on a point of research. If thou art resolved to face Lord Ramuh, I would ask thy leave to observe the event.
We've not really interacted with Eorzea that much aside from just, hey, go fight this primal. Oh. Well, hello. Sweet. I could probably do this as a warrior, but it's probably going to be quicker if I do it as my white mage. much of his power is just stored in that beard? So there is a mechanic here, which is to do with picking up those glowing orbs to gain a stack. Which can heal you, not heal you, which can prevent you from taking too much damage from a certain attack. Let me just move this a little bit. I think... Is that gonna look good now? I've been messing with the HUD. Yeah, that could move down a bit, but... Otherwise, that looks pretty good. It makes it a little bit more obvious what he's doing. To be honest, I can move his health bar up as well. And now I need to kill his little mini-me's. In the extreme version, all of this like region that's in darker is just constantly electrified. The reason why this is easier as a white mage, though, is regen. I mean, also I am 25 levels above this content, and it's not the hard version. I know that it is the hard. Hard is in the name, but it's not the extreme version, which would actually be hard. Let's get the 3 stacks just because I can. Yeah, there we go. That got rid of causality, which was inflicting damage to me every time I took any form of action. It's like attacking or healing. Okay. You should get that beard checked out, mate. Sweet! So let's move that up a bit. Or actually... Let's do target health. How much did I take up? I took that up to 160. Then that can go up to... $120. And then... Like, trying to fuck with the HUD... is pretty awkward when you don't have something to actively show for it.
I have taken thy measure, bringer of light.
orb.
And I judge thee a worthy champion. The task of excising the sin that hath taken root in man's heart is thine. Shrink not from employing thy strength in service to the forest and the wider realm beyond. Like hungering shadows do the enemies of harmony gather, and meekness will but feed them. If man is to be delivered from the dark, it shall be by thy guiding light alone. Stray not from the path, for if thou dost, thy people shall be truly lost.
Thou hast slain the Lord of Levin. A regrettable act, but a necessary one. In witnessing thy struggle, a truth hath been revealed unto me. If I mistake not, it may yet prove a chink in the eternal armor of the Ascians.
Side note, looking at just this location, like, ignore obviously my character in Eorzea, although to be fair he could fit in as well. This area looks so much like it would fit into Final Fantasy X. Like, if this was in the Guido area, near the Thunder Plains, this would just make sense, right?
But let us conclude our present business. I shall expound upon my findings at the Rising Stones anon.
Okay, so I need to go back to Little Solace, and then I'll need to go back to Mordona. It's always important to check, because I nearly just went straight back. After you've returned, dare I ask how Ramu received your visit? He challenged you to a test of arms. It is well, then, that you have some experience in such matters. The people of both Gridania and Little Solace will be relieved to hear that the Lord of Levin has accepted you as the forest's champion of peace. You've performed a monumental duty this day after. The Elder Seedseer must be informed of your deeds at once. The Elder Seedseer will wish to hear of your experiences firsthand. Pray, return to Gridania and make directly for the Lotus Stand. The Conjurer at Nofika's altar will be expecting you. Fare you well. Wait, what am I doing? Take me to the Conjurer's Guild! Oh. I wanna look good for this one. Don't know why. Just do.
You are returned to us, dear friend, and none the worse for bearing the heavy burden which I did press upon you. Most glad am I of this. I am informed that your efforts to negotiate a peace with Lord Ramu ended in conflict. Pray tell me, what befell? Ramu made trial of you? I fear there is truth to his claim. It is the darkness within us that attracts the darkness without. It cannot be denied that misfortune follows man. For evidence, one need only look to the conflict brewing in Cartano, or to the rising flood of refugees. Our shared struggle against the Empire should have served to seal our union. Yet the ties which bind the Alliance strain under the weight of gross self-interest. As the scars of the Calamity begin to fade, so too does our sense of common purpose. Yet now is scarce the time to forget our shared responsibility. If this new-sprung realm is to survive beyond its infancy, it must needs be nurtured by all. Eorzea must be as one. Yet I fear that dream is still far off. On behalf of the people of Gridania and the elementals both, I thank you for all that you and your fellow scions have done. Full oft have I been compelled to look to you for aid of late, and offered all too little in return. As leader of this nation, I shall endeavor to prove a more worthy ally to your cause henceforth.
Thanks.
Lord Ramu has departed, yet the keening of this ill wind grows no less insistent. Voices of the forest, pray speak and I shall listen. What unseen evil begets this unease in my heart?
Thus ends another daunting mission, eh, after? I'd hoped Lord Ramu could be persuaded with words alone, but nonetheless, I can only admire the adroitness with which he responded to the primal's sudden challenge. And it seems that Eorzea too was pleased with the outcome. What say you, after? Shall we gather back at the Rising Stones and ponder the lesson of the day? First things first. I just want to find an enemy. And then I'm going to use this. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, cool. Thanks. That was important. I guess I can also do that. There we go. welcome back, After. Word of your momentous encounter with Lord Ramu precedes you. I would fain share news of mine own, but Eorzea discoveries must take precedence. Upon witnessing your defeat of the Lord of Levin, our learned companion was struck with a profound insight regarding the nature of the Ascian's immortality. Let us assemble and discuss his observations together.
If everyone is ready, let us begin. Eorzea, the floor is yours.
As all here assembled now know, in its final hours as our Order's headquarters, the Waking Sands did play host to a most unexpected visitor. I speak of the Ascian clad in white, Elidibus. Unwelcome though his presence was, his words that day did serve to confirm a truth long suspected, that the Ascians are eternal beings, to whom physical destruction is as a temporary inconvenience.
In the intervening time, Eorzea and I have striven to discover a means by which the Ascians might more permanently be slain.
And 'tis my belief that we have found the thread that will allow us to unravel the twisted skein of their existence. In the moments prior to Leviathan's most recent manifestation, the Sahagin elder who summoned him was observed to undergo some manner of ascension. The etheric readings taken by Y'shtola at the time of this transfiguration have proven most enlightening.
The disruption to the flow of ether was sudden and dramatic. So tangible was the agitation, I scarce had need of my goggles.
The significance of Y'shtola's readings might better be understood in the context of mine own, taken at the instant of the Lord of Levin's demise. Unlike the primal, the Sahagin was not subject to etheric dissipation.
Before discussing our new discoveries, it may benefit us all to recall what we know of etheric behavior.
Yeah, please dumb it down for those of us that didn't go through the Eorzean schooling system.
Let us begin at what some might call the end. When we who dwell in the material realm die, our spirits dissolve into the flow of ether and are returned to the ethereal realm. In turn, the restless energy which suffuses that plane streams back into our world, giving rise to new life.
'Tis as the heavens did decree, the way of all mortal souls. Twixt this world and the next do the ethereal currents swirl, bearing the very essence of life. Thus doth the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth continue unabated.
Primals behave somewhat differently. In order to manifest and then maintain a physical presence in this realm, they must consume vast quantities of ether, most often in the form of crystals. Though they may seem to live, their flesh is but ether given shape.
Num num num.
Thus, a defeated primal leaves behind no broken corpse. Rather, the essence of its form seeps back into the land whence it came, and the energy of its shattered spirit is called back to the ethereal realm.
And there it waiteth, till next the prayers of the faithful do draw it forth from the sea of ether, to take their offering of crystals and make for itself a new body.
Which brings us on to the third group, the so-called immortals. They exist in a manner all their own.
Quite. Even as the Sahagin elder fell to the Admiral's musket shot, I witnessed the release of an ethereal cloud, which immediately took possession of a nearby minion.
A soul that dissipateth not upon the death of the flesh.
The secret of life everlasting, and in the claws of a Sahagin no less. But I wonder, what would happen to one of these obstinate spirits should there be no suitable host for it to claim?
If mortal death entails a return to the ethereal realm, it seems doubtful that the soul of an immortal would venture there.
Nay, it merely withdraweth the distance, unto the shore of the ethereal sea, perchance, but no further.
Yes, it exists in neither this realm nor the next, abiding instead in the space that lies between them. The Ascians took control of Thancred by means of a crystal of darkness, an artifact which, if our theories are correct, serves as a gateway to the place I have just described.
I was hoping people had forgotten about that.
I am sorry, my friend.
For a mercy, the weary road of our research hath brought us unto an answer.
The Sahagin ascended to an immortal state, but he did not possess a crystal of darkness through which to flee this realm. Thus was he consumed by Leviathan. If we could entrap the spirits of defeated Ascians in like manner, and thereby deny them resurrection,
therein lieth the path to victory. Thou art most perceptive, my lady. Only when we have trapped the bodiless soul within an ethereal prison can we hope to defeat its unnatural constancy. Thus might even an eternal paragon be consigned to oblivion.
These feats are, of course, far easier said than done. At present, we lack a viable means to entrap and extinguish an Ascian soul. Yet, I believe it to be possible. The pieces of the puzzle lie before us. We have but to put them together.
I will depart at once to convene with the sages of Garlean. Together shall we divine the steps by which our goals may be achieved.
I have the utmost faith in you, Archon.
Beg pardon, antecedent, but I would raise one final matter. Even now, a Garlean survey party seeketh to ascertain the fate of the students of Baldessian. Their findings shall soon be known to us. Though you harbor feelings of dread, I bid you surrender not to sorrow, but abide instead in hopeful prayer.
I shall, Archon. Thank you.
But when do we meet the cat girl? Is there 13 of them? The Lord of Levin has returned to the ether, as was Leviathan before him. Ramuh's acquiescence was most intriguing. Inferno, Vortex, Crag, Whirl, and Levin all have now been humbled by the Bringer of Light. The limitless potential of man, Hydaelyn's servant, grows mightier by the day. Yet she prospers at great cost to her mistress, whose strength is all too finite. 7 times have the masses survived the rejoining, but their souls are grown weak and wan. Yet even as it enervates, the ardor empowers our master. All that remains is to nurture the strength of the gifted, to forge the final key. The key blade... No, sorry. And that is the task to which we bend our every effort. Divine seeds were ever wont to quicken in Eorzea's fertile soil, We need only lead men to the field, and by their eager hands shall a new deity arise. That which was shattered shall be made anew, and the one true God shall come again. Why does that look like absolute virtue? Now the matter of Ramu has, for the moment, been put to rest, there is something I would show you after. It is a letter of thanks, signed by the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance, acknowledging the Scion's tireless service to the realm. It mentions, in particular, the names of all of the defeated primals: Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, Good King Mogulmog XII, Leviathan, and now Ramu. Needless to say, there is only one among our number to have faced them all. And though these words of gratitude were addressed to our order as a whole, I feel that they were meant for you above all others. I too must offer my heartfelt thanks for all that you have done. In the course of your duties, you have never once failed to answer my call to arms. You are a true hero after, and Eorzea is that much the safer for your presence. Pray do not misunderstand me. I said safer, not safe. I know only too well that we can ill afford to lower our guard. The Ascians may be relied upon to sow chaos in this realm until such time as they are forced to stop. Why, even without their encouragement, you may be assured that man would foment strife on his own, and that is to say nothing of the beast tribes. Unless we learn to live in harmony, the primals too will return to plague us again and again and again. And yet, despite all this, your deeds serve to inspire the people, to give them hope for a better tomorrow, and there is no greater gift. That we have the courage to strive for what might otherwise seem an impossible peace. We owe in no small part to the dangers you have faced on our behalf, and the people you have won over to our cause in so doing. Our list of enemies has ever been long, but think of the allies with whom we are now blessed. Of the beastmen who wish naught of conflict, and who now call you friend. Of Elisei, who strives to unearth the terrible secrets of the Calamity. And then there's Sid and the Fellowship of Noah, racing to unlock the mysteries of ancient Allag that we might be spared the horror of another Ultima weapon. Of course, and speaking of our greatest allies, we must not forget those closest to us, by which I mean our fellow Scions. Thanks to their many and varied talents, our order is uniquely equipped to combat the far-reaching corruption of the Ascians, and combat it we shall. Your enthusiasm is truly heartwarming, Antecedent. Given our embarrassing wealth of allies, I trust it will not inconvenience you unduly if I absent myself for a time. I thought that was going to be Thancred, to be honest. Alphino, I take it the troubles in Uldar no longer require your attention? There are yet some rumblings of discontent, but the air of simmering violence is largely dissipated. 'Tis to report such that I stand before you now. That, and to speak with you concerning the new organization we discussed. I have a message for you from you recall the refugee girl? The one whose parents were missing? They were found unharmed. She wished me to pass on her thanks to you. Why, Alphino, am I to understand that you made the effort to remember the poor girl's name? I look forward to reading all about her in your report. I do hope you left nothing out. After. You've been away from Revenant's Toll for some time now, I believe. Might I suggest that you put the affairs of the realm to one side for the moment, and take this opportunity to reacquaint yourself with the town? Which reminds me, one of the Doman children recently inquired as to your whereabouts. Yozan was his name. I believe he has some small matter he wished to share with you. Why not oblige him with a visit? Can do. I should also grab myself a fresh drink, so 1 second. And whilst I'm at it, oh shit. I'm throwing shit everywhere. Oh no! Oh no! The Easter chocolate! It fell over. Ugh. Not the Easter chocolate! Not the children! Think of the children! Hey, Yozan. Look, it's Miss After, back from her adventures. We heard you were off fighting primals, and that they're some of the strongest enemies you could ever face. Wish I could have seen you in battle. Anyway, we all want to be heroes too, so we finally formed our very own Doman Adventurers Guild to protect all the Domans. Oh, do you think you could train us today, Miss After? Maybe you could show us how you fought the primals? What's all this commotion then? Mr. Boulder and Mr. Coulternet, did you know that Miss After's back? So it would seem. Welcome home. My companion and I but recently became full members of the Scions, and I believe proper introductions have yet to be made. I am known as Hoary Boulder, and this bookish fellow is Coulternet. Though we remain largely unproven as adventurers, we have taken it upon ourselves to instruct the Doman younglings in the art of combat. I told you, Mr. Boulder, we're not younglings anymore. We are adventurers. We were just asking Miss After if she could give us some special training. I think we're ready to hunt monsters alongside her, don't you? Well, you've certainly been diligent with your drills, but I'm afraid the fiends of Mordono are still ever so slightly too dangerous for you. I have a counter-proposal. What if I were to cross swords with After? A demonstration of skill at arms, if you will. Hoary, if I didn't know you better, and I do, I'd say you were merely seeking to test yourself against a legend. Well, mayhap I am, but what matters the motive when the children stand to learn so much from the lesson? What say you, After? Would you consent to spar with me? Yeah, I can beat the shit out of you. Hurrah! We're to have a tournament! Come on, everyone. We must prepare our gear for an outing. Do not try to disappoint them, Or do try not to disappoint them. Have faith, Coulternet. I shall summon every last ons of my strength to make of this a worthy contest. The fields to the east of town should prove suitable for our purpose. I very much look forward to our bout. Sweet. Lego. I feel like I don't need the added gain. At the moment, so let's turn that off. You may notice that I am now a bit quieter and hopefully sound a bit better. 'Twas good of you to agree to this, After. I trust you are ready to begin. Yeah, I'll do it as a warrior too, because fuck you. Very well. Let us not keep the younglings waiting any longer. Hori, are you certain you wish to fight her alone? That is after you face. What better way to test my mettle? Pray, allow me to attempt the first round unaided. After all, 'twas this hero's legend that led me to join the Scions to begin with. Without after to inspire my efforts, I would not be half the warrior I am today. Your point is well made, but remember, this is for the children's sake as well as your own. Would it appear the contest will end too swiftly, I shall add my spells to your blade work. Hello? You haven't begun yet, have you? Ida, what? Who are all these people? When I heard about your sparring match, I told everyone I could find, though you could use a crowd to cheer you on. Yes, and there are still more to come. When I mentioned After's name, the reaction was quite enthusiastic. Why, my own popularity seems but a sickly shade in comparison. You'd best claim victory, Bringer of Light. Your burgeoning reputation is at stake. Well, our teacher won't be beaten so easily. He's a master swordsman. You can win, Mr. Boulder! We shall soon see. On your guard! Let's go! Fuck you! Schmacky schmacky. Well, that was easy. Do I now have to beat the shit out of you? Okay. Bosh. Okay, I need to kill you first because you're gonna heal, otherwise. There you go. And this is how they do in combat, like cutscenes now, which is kind of nice. Easy enough. You have bested me. I yield. Oh, that was incredible. She beat them both at the same time. We knew that you couldn't lose after. None can defeat the Guardian of Eorzea. Now I see why they send you to deal with the primals. Much work to do if I'm ever to attempt the same. Impressive as always, After. 'Tis ever a pleasure to witness the spectacle of your martial prowess. And judging by the smiles on these many faces, they too appreciate the hard-won strength that keeps the perils of the realm at bay. Guardian of Eorzea. Yes, that is a most fitting title. Do you recall when first we met? 'Twas at the memorial service for the Battle of Cartano. At the time, I was yet attempting to understand this land of Eorzea. I sought to grasp the reason why Grandfather willingly sacrificed himself to protect it. I shall speak plainly. My initial impressions were less than favourable. Dire problems abounded, and yet the effort I saw expended towards their solution was haphazard and half-hearted. I thought Eorzeans a foolish and childish people. Considering the shambles their home was in, I would not have been surprised if some had chosen to swear allegiance to Gaius and the order he proposed to enforce. The Legatus' single-minded military invasion precluded any such switching of loyalties, of course. Were it not for a desire to continue Grandfather's legacy, I would have abandoned the realm to its fate long ago. The threats were too many, the nation too self-involved and unstable. 'Twas you who convinced me the salvation of Eorzea was possible. 'Twas you who taught me, through countless acts of bravery, that what my grandsire sought to preserve was not the land, not its history, nor any single nation. It was the people. These wonderful, oft infuriating, stubborn people that suffer blow after terrible blow, only to drag themselves back to their feet to face another day. Though he never put such feelings into words, I believe Grandfather's admiration for this inextinguishable courage grew into a fervent wish. A wish to aid Eorzea and its inhabitants in charting a course for the future. A wish that has now become my own. I too will endeavour to take up the mantle of Guardian of Eorzea and champion these people who toil towards a better world. Our cause, however, is not a simple one. The troubles that plague us are of a scale that cannot be solved by the science of the Seventh Dawn alone. No, what is needed to tackle the root of the primal threat and effectively counter the schemes of the Ashians is a new, expanded organization that operates beyond the limitations of nations and borders. If you would aid me in building such an organization, then pray, let us continue this discussion back within the walls of the Rising Stones. Hiya! Thank you for coming after. The world shifts and alters, and we, my friend, must ever be one step ahead of the chaos. What I propose is the formation of a new organization, a group that shall pave the way for a truly united Eorzea. Pray, forgive me if I tread over old ground, but I would first speak of the grand plan. Since the advent of the seventh astral era, the leaders of the three nations have been deliberating over an accord that seeks to bring the disparate forces of Eorzea together into a single entity. A realm-wide grand company, if you will. The military might of such an institution would be drawn from every corner of the land and directed against threats that no single nation could hope to overcome alone. Yet, while the purpose of this hypothetical organization is undisputed, the logistics of its formation have become the source of endless debate. And the longer these discussions continue, the more I sense the impetus towards unification draining away. Thus have I been campaigning for the creation of what might be considered a trial company. It will be on a much smaller scale than what we hope to eventually achieve, but capable of the same manner of unrestricted operation accorded to these scions. 'Tis my hope that the successful utilization of such a force will lend momentum to the lagging deliberations. Also, being a primarily military outfit, I mean to assuage fears of its misuse by placing the fledgling organization under the authority of the antecedent. The Scions work tirelessly to protect Eorzea and its people. But, as you yourself have witnessed with the refugee revolt, there are limitations to what even we can achieve. With this new company under the Scion's command, however, we will be capable of responding to a wider range of difficulties without straining our resources or overtaxing your formidable talents. The goals of my proposed organization and those of the Scions are ultimately identical, a point conceded by all concerned. But before I can move forward with establishing this precursor to the true border-spanning Grand Company, 'tis yet necessary that I visit the three leaders and gain their official approval. A tiresome and time-consuming task, which is why I would ask that you accompany me on the journey and attend to the business of recruiting our inaugural members while I am otherwise engaged with bureaucratic formalities. Thank you. 'Tis reassuring indeed to know that the Bringer of Light and her discerning eye will be selecting our future allies. Our first destination will be Limsa Lominsa. Let us rendezvous at Bulwark Hall. Limsa! Good. Speak to my retainers whilst we're here as well. Shit. Also, pretty shit, I believe. I don't think that really sells. Yeah, because everyone has it. Oh well. That's fine. Bulwark Hall is... Honestly, I just go over here, right? Yeah, I do. Ah, there you are. I'm ready to ascend to the bridge and speak with Admiral Blowhuswin. While the Admiral and I are finalising permissory boundaries and signing parchments, I would have you begin the recruitment process in earnest. I have, of course, endeavoured to spread the word of our organisation through various channels, but I believe a personal approach will reach many who may otherwise remain ignorant of the opportunity. As for potential members, 'tis of no matter should they already be pledged to another institution, only that they are willing to lend their strength when the situation demands it. You needn't range into the countryside. The upper decks alone are populated with sufficient candidates to suit our purpose. Once you are satisfied with your recruiting efforts, meet me at the airship ticket counter, where we might prepare for the next leg of our journey. No, not airship. Drowning wench. Yes. Okay, let's start over at the Marauders Guild, because I can. Hello. An organization with the freedom to operate with territorial impunity? I must say, your proposal intrigues me. But the Krakens well know that there is a time to act and a time to watch. And I'm afraid this trial company of yours falls into the latter category. Well, fuck you! Master Alphino's new organization. Yes, I had heard the formation of his trial company was in the offing. It is with regret, however, that I must decline your invitation. As commander of the Legella Jackets, the protection of Limsa Lominsa must needs receive my full attention. I mean, yeah, that does seem like the stupidest person that we could try and recruit. Da-da-da. Do all the characters Naruto run, or have I set mine to do that? Any ninja does it. So if you've got your weapons sheathed, you run normally. But if you've got them unsheathed, then you Naruto run. Especially when you're sprinting. But if I was to change to, let's say, a Dragoon, they run very differently. But Ninja is also the only class, at least so far, that has different movement. And by that, I mean that ninjas legitimately just get a boost to movement speed that is just passive. It's not linked to anything else. So, in the world of Final Fantasy XIV, Naruto running is faster. Well, if it ain't after, I'd not forget adventurer brave enough or daft enough to seek the shortcut into Titan's bedchamber. You remember old Royal, do you? Formerly of the Company of Heroes, 3 whistles at Bronze Lake? I ain't often I drag my arse out to Limsa for a drink, but I'm right glad I did. How fare you these days? Eh? You're looking to put together a new crew? Top tier work? Sounds like a right lark, it does. Alright lass, count me in. The heroes may gone their separate ways, but I ain't ready to climb into my grave just yet. Finally! Someone that gives a shit. I also just like the way that it's not the Sasuke blades yet, but just the Nexus version with the like dark flame effect. I like it. It doesn't look quite as impressive on the axe. Like, the axe doesn't look bad. I don't think I particularly like that axe model that it's based off of. That's fine, because that's exactly the thing that's going to change. A precursor to a united Eorzean Grand Company? Huh. While I do admire the scope of your ambition, my responsibilities here at Naldeek and Vermelis keep me close to the forge. I have not the time to be traipsing hither and yon across the realm. Should you require my skills as an armorer, however, I might be willing to accept some special commissions. Mommy? Like, even Dancer doesn't really have... I mean, they do have slightly different movement, but it's not much. Eh? Who in the bloody else do you think you're talking to, Drylander? I'm a pirate, not some sodden knight in shining plate. If you're looking for a self-righteous fop, try knocking on that dandy Carvelan's door. I suppose this is kind of a version of Naruto running. I'm trying to think, is there any other class that might... How does the monk run? Just kind of normally. Gunbreaker? I do like Gunbreaker's like idle animation of having it up on the shoulder. I do think that that's probably my favorite battle stance. I don't think... Yeah, red mage doesn't have much. I should change this glam, because that's not safe from many angles. Oh no! Let's go and change this glam. I've not played the red. Okay, no, even just normal running isn't really safe. It's a shame that the Thavnarian tights are just pink pants as well. Might have been alright if they were black. I mean, I could dye them, but then I think that changes the gold on these as well. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay, I could dye it, but no, that needs something different. I do have this now, which would work, so we could do that. That's kind of my go-to, but that looks really fucking stupid. So we could go with... I mean, that's kind of cute. I kind of like that. Do I have any better shoes, though? Not that would fit with the tights. So I did save. Yeah, I did save after putting that on. Cool. So now that's not what I meant to do. But that's fine. I've got tons of the shit and stuff. Apply. Nice. And now when I run, that's a bit safer. Nice. Right, to the airship hangar place. Airship landing. After, your recruiting went well, I trust. I'm curious as to how my proposal was received by the rough and ready folk of Limsa Laminsa. Ah, a memory of the legendary company of heroes indicated his interest. Astonishing. I knew enlisting your aid was the right choice. Few could boast the acquaintance of such an elusive character. I too was successful in my task. The Admiral consented to sign all the documents requiring her approval. I can only hope that my visit with the Elder Seedseer proceeds as smoothly. Pray, continue on to Gridania at your own pace. I shall await your arrival at Nofika's altar. I wonder if Strider, the new melee class, coming in the next expansion, I wonder if that will have a unique movement similar to Ninja. Because it is a dual wield, and it's based on Zidane from Final Fantasy IX. So I could see it being similar. I don't know if it would be as acrobatic, because any time that you jump as a ninja, whilst unsheathed, you do a front flip. So I don't know, but it would be interesting. It would be cool to have more unique animations for given jobs. My audience with the Elder Seatseer is due to commence momentarily. I'd be grateful if you would once more seek to the task of recruitment here in Gridania. After you deem the well of potential candidates as run dry, let us rendezvous at the airship ticket counter as before. Okay, well... Okay, there's only 4 people for me to talk with this time. Okay. And they're all around here. Okay, we'll talk to this one. And then we can go up here, over here. We've got a little path going. That'll be a bit more convenient than Limsa. I ran straight past them. Damn it, Laurentius! You can see that these two are doing the same quest. Oh gods, can it truly be you? By what fickle fortune must the first face I see upon my release be yours? Eh? Could it be that you don't remember me? It is I, Laurentius, the man whose crimes you exposed. I was a whaler and a regular patron at Buscaron's. Ah, yeah, I know you. Well, of course you do. I was beginning to wonder if jail had changed me more than I realised. Not that I have any particular wish to be recognised after my shameful conduct. Huh? The less said of my past, the better, I suppose. What are you, adventurer? What business brings you to this part of Gridania? Recruiting, eh? And what's your policy on reformed convicts? As matters stand, the wood whalers will have naught more to do with me. This may just be the second chance I was looking for. Revenant's toll, you say? I shall leave at once. You shall not regret this, I promise you. I am a changed man. Running and running and running. Topless man. Nice. Isildur. Okay. Grandfather, you must call it a day. Let us return to the guild and rest ere your tormented back gives up on you for good. I'm terribly sorry. We were just... Oh, after, isn't it? It's been some time since our paths crossed outside of Copperbell Mines. Why, you were barely more than a novice adventurer then, but look how far you've come. Mother Mune tells me 'twas you who felled the fearsome Black Wolf, and now you seek stout-hearted souls to fill the ranks of a new order. Huh. Well, your cause is undoubtedly just, and my old companion here would be much relieved to see me in good hands. Yes, I'll do it! This is the very thing I've spent my entire adventuring career working towards. I shall join your company just as soon as I've seen Isildur safely home. The temptation to just call him Isildur. Oh, okay, the guy from Hawk's Manor as well. You would offer this old man a place in your company of champions? I'm both puzzled and honoured by your invitation. Pray, forgive me, young mistress, but I cannot accept. I have sworn to abide here for whatever scant years remain to me, and bear responsibility for the evils my lady has wrought upon this land. Saint Gullad. Huh? It's not often a guild officer such as myself gets recruited. This company of yours certainly sounds to have some promise, but its duties appear less than focused. I must refuse your invitation until such time as your organization is more organized. I mean, that's fair. Probably. What news after? For my part, the elder Seedseer was most amenable to our requirements. A former woodwhaler and a seasoned adventurer, our company will not lack for variety, that much is certain. An interesting harvest indeed. Shall we strike into Uldar whilst the iron is hot? Let us meet at the Royal Promenade and endeavour to conclude our remaining business. Our journey draws to a close. I don't know how to navigate Uldar. This is the city-state that I spend the least time in. Aside from just fast traveling to the Miners Guild so that I can do the masked carnival. Uldar, the gilded city, where one's fortune defines one's worth. I hope some manner of fortune is with us, and that this final leg proves as successful as the previous two. Might I suggest descending to the lower level before beginning your recruitment efforts? I do not think the Sultana will take kindly to us poaching from her personal guard. Let us meet back here at the promenade when our respective tasks are complete. Good hunting after. Heyo. Huh? Wait, you're the lady who came to Little Alamigo looking for that masked devil. Who knows what might have happened if you hadn't? I'd probably be dead, and a whole lot more of my friends besides. We were such fools. Anyway, that disaster really got me to thinking about our homeland and about the outsider who saved us from ourselves. I've realized how easily I'd been manipulated and vowed to make more of myself, a more worldly man. So here I am, a new company of champions, and you say it will take me to all corners of the realm. That sounds exactly like the kind of opportunity I needed. And don't worry, I'm not the same stripling you met in Little Alamigo. I've prepared myself to fight the evil I now know is out there. There's going to be... yeah, we'll do these two, and then we'll go up to the two up there. Okay. Oh, what a happy coincidence! Do you remember me, perchance? I'm Orson of the Church of St. Adama Landama. Thank you again for your timely rescue. And I must also thank you for preventing that fraudulent priest from preying on dry bones less fortunate. A most upsetting business. Are you here with your companion Thancred, wasn't it? Ah, 'tis new companions you seek then. Your proposed organisation sounds a powerful force for good, but my place is at the church with the children. Nevertheless, I wish you well in this undertaking. I'm sorry, you wish to recruit me? Is this some new-fashioned manner of propositioning a lady? Well, I'm afraid you're wasting your time. This lady is already spoken for. Good day to you, miss. Well, so much for adding a team of prostitutes. Aye, you'd be surprised what rumours drift down to Pearl Lane. I know of this glorious new company of yours, and just how far I'd go to avoid getting involved with it. Whispers on the street say your organisation's funded by corrupt coin, by syndicate money. If you think you're recruiting for a just cause, then you're a bigger fool than I took you for. A company that looks to cure the ills of the realm entire? Listen, friend, I can scarce bear the complaints of the next stall over, let alone the conundrums of a neighbouring nation. Kidoki, and now it's time to head back. Chamber of Rule. Here we go. Thank fuck that this series of just running around talk to people is at an end. I don't even think that we've started the patch that Snowcloak is a part of, though. So I highly doubt that we're gonna get to Snowcloak today, which is unfortunate. How fared you after? What hidden gems did the streets of Uldar offer up to your unrelenting gaze? Huh? A single Alamegan youth? Well, you've certainly given us an admirable start, even if our ranks are yet somewhat thin. In these troubled years following the calamity, talk of Eorzea's salvation must seem akin to grasping at clouds. But there are those who have risen to the challenge nonetheless, and the hope that inspires these people was born in no small part from the victories that you yourself have won. Thank you, After. I'll not squander the precious gift you have placed into my keeping. These recruits will become the foundation of a new beginning. And yes, we are free to begin. As you have no doubt surmised, the Sultana also graced my trial company with her blessing. Our first wave of recruitment is over, the documents signed, and the finances secure. There's naught to prevent me from taking the next step. You are concerned by the Syndicate's involvement, as was I. Thus was the origin of every coin of their contribution carefully scrutinised and recorded. This organisation will not be built on corruption. Naturally, I would prefer not to rely upon outside sources at all, but even my family's substantial coffers could not sustain a venture of this magnitude. And as for the rumours and doubts surrounding this enterprise, well, such things shall plague us until the company has had a chance to prove its worth. It has not been an easy process, but we will earn people's trust one success at a time. Speaking of time, we should waste no more of it. Let us return to the Rising Stones and lay the first stone for a united Eorzea. Oh, sweet, okay. Hey, Nanamo.
Tell me, General, what think you of Alfino's bold endeavor?
I think it is more than bold, Your Grace. His organization would pave the way for a united Eorzea. Well do I understand his impatience, since facing the common threat of the Ultima weapon, our nations have seemed farther apart, not closer together. Considering the many problems we face, should we not be glad that someone else is taking the initiative?
We have all pledged our cooperation, yet the grumbling continues behind closed doors. Ul'dah is not alone in her duplicity. I myself have doubts as to the good this organization will achieve. With the inclusion of the finest soldiers of the 3 grand companies, it promises to be a fearsome military body. But whom will it serve? Even under the watchful gaze of the Scions, it is not unthinkable that such a force could perpetrate a great wrong. Does it not concern you that a significant proportion of its financial backing came from the coffers of the Syndicate? That those unprincipled worms might forge this extraordinary gathering of warriors into a private army?
I have trust in the Scions, Your Grace. They have spared us no end of trouble at the hands of the primals. If they seek reinforcements, I deem it unwise to deny them. As for their finances, full many gave generously. And though our nobles proffered a sizable sum, their coin did not spill from the pockets of Lolorito and his cronies. And what of the presence of our stalwart adventurer friend in this endeavor? I doubt the Warrior of Light would betray our cause.
Yes, there is that, I suppose. Yet I have known people to change. Whether we will or no, the events of the age hurl us this way and that, like a dust devil skipping across the sands. Cannot be done about Telechi?
I have explored all avenues available to us, Your Grace. But as Ul'dah law now stands, we lack the evidence to convict him of any crime. To arrest him on spurious grounds would only play into his hands.
He has all but committed treason, and yet we can do nothing? Then what good our government? What worth the royal house? How deplorable this mockery of justice!
Aww. Nanamo.
Have faith, Your Grace. It is not over.
It is interesting seeing the only actual monarch be effectively powerless. Ul'dah is more run by the government of the Syndicate than it is run by the Sultana. So it's kind of nice to see that turmoil. Now, is this going to end the patch? That is not a journey I soon wish to repeat, but I cannot pause to rest. The culmination of our effort is at hand. I must see to the preparations for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you for allowing me to monopolize your services after. I'm certain the antecedent will be relieved to see you free for other duties. Greetings, after. Alphino tells me all is in place to begin his trial company. The Scion shall certainly be grateful to have the support of such an organization. The inaugural ceremony is set to take place here, at the Rising Stones. Tataru is cooperating with Alphino to see that all is in readiness, so I'm afraid the recruits themselves will be left to their own devices for the time being. Quite a number of new faces have arrived in Revenant's Toll of late, and I wonder if Slathborn might not find himself overwhelmed. Would you speak with him and see if there is aught he requires? I may have underestimated just how much there is to this patch. What can I do for you, after? I thought you'd have your hands full helping out with this new arm of the Scions. I barely noticed your recruits arrive. It was barely a trickle compared to the flood of treasure hunters who have passed through here every day. While I appreciate your offer of aid, 'tis more your burden that concerns me. I'm told this trial company will answer directly to the antecedent, so I trust that means less work for you in the long run. Slathborn, the shipment! We couldn't... Gods, woman, what befell? We were bringing a shipment to Revenant's Toll. Provisions earmarked for the frontier effort. But just as we sought to cross over into Mordona, we were set upon by brigands. I believe they may have been heretics. There were many, too many. We only escaped with our lives by abandoning the supplies. Pray forgive us. There's naught to forgive. Provisions can be replaced, but smart soldiers are hard to find. Take your rest and I'll summon along to tend to those wounds. What to do? If heretics are involved, then this is like to be more than a case of simple thievery. Ishgard will need to be informed. Whence did these supplies originate? House Vortemps. We collected the provisions from Camp Dragonhead proper. Understood. I shall see that they are apprised of this development. After. Were you not on good terms with the Knights of House Vortemps? I will send them a missive immediately, of course, but would also have you travel there and offer your considerable talents. Yes, I realize I contradict my earlier hopes to lighten your load, but I need someone who can help bring this incident to a satisfactory conclusion. Our favourable relations with Ishgard are far too important to risk half measures. Thank you for your understanding. I'm certain Lord Harshafont will be glad for your assistance. Yep. And you gotta remember that Heaven's Ward is going to take place in Ishgard, so whilst I think we're still 2 or 3 patches away, the last 2 patches are quite a bit shorter, so this is starting to set up pre-Heaven's Ward. Heyo! Well, if it isn't my fine friend Afterbun. Would you care for a plate of roast caracal? Some mulled wine? No? Ah, I see you've not come into my hall merely to escape the biting cold. I was, in fact, on the verge of opening an urgent missive from Revenant's Toll, and I suspect the timing of your arrival is no coincidence. I feel like this must be the patch that has
The
Snowcloak in
incident
it.
with the new frontier hands? No, you need not elaborate. I have been following their progress with no small amount of interest. Brave men and women all. They do our nation a great service. The existence of a fortified outpost in Mordona will do much to dissuade the Empire from trespassing on Kurth's soil. Right glad am I that you have chosen to lend your support to this endeavor. Never let it be said that House Fortom does not acknowledge the efforts of her allies, or her guests.
Okay, so it's not Fortemps, it's Fortom.
'Twas in the spirit of gratitude that I arranged for sundry supplies to be delivered to Revenant's Toll. That the shipment should chance to be waylaid by heretics is poor fortune indeed. Poor fortune, I say, yet not without precedent. If you would know the truth of it, these incorrigible villains grow more organized with each passing day. This new unity of purpose we attribute to their leader, the Lady Iceheart. But though I have devoted significant resources to the task of identifying this woman, we have yet to learn so much as her birth name. What we do know is that the heretics speak of Iceheart in reverent tones, and would gladly embrace death rather than betray her. Such loyalty is rare indeed, and I fear to imagine what so committed a collective might achieve. The brigands have not yet been so brazen as to risk direct confrontation here in Dragonhead. Some few of their number have, however, been sighted not far to the west of here, and with ever-increasing regularity. A visit to Whitebrim Front may bring you the answers you seek. Will you brave the snows, knowing what implacable foes may lie in wait?
Yes.
Halone's blessings be upon you. Though I take no pride in the admission, many of mine own countrymen are not so well suited as you adventurers to dealing with such foes. Were they dragons, it might be otherwise. But truly, I could not wish for a finer ally. You have done much for my house in the past, and I have no doubt but that I shall have cause to celebrate your deeds again ere long. Should you learn aught of value, pray return to me forthwith. A warm hearth and a warmer welcome shall be waiting for you.
It's nice to have someone who legitimately seems to be happy to see us. It's a bit foggy. Sweet money. Ah, fuck, yeah, he's like halfway up this, right? After, welcome, welcome! You'll be pleased to know that the repairs to Stone Vigil proceed apace. We shall rebuild sure and strong, that the Dravanians might batter themselves senseless against our shield in the west. I would venture, however, that matters of masonry are not what brought you to Whitebrim. On the trail of a band of thieving heretics, you say? By the fury! You do seem destined to cross paths with those villains. I must confess, then, 'tis a sad truth that the wilds hereabout have indeed grown thick with their number. They strike swiftly, without warning, and are canny enough to evade our most able trackers. But 'tis not merely their newfound organisation that confounds us. The heretics themselves seem somehow changed. I know not what matter of influence this Iceheart wields, but the men we face seem utterly lost in the grip of righteous fervour. 'Tis an unsettling and unnatural zeal. Mayhaps you would care to question one of their recent victims. As fate would have it, your arrival came moments after a trader was waylaid on the road. A patrol found the unfortunate fellow lying senseless in the snow and carried him to our infirmary. Assuming he's regained the use of his faculties, the merchant might recall some small detail that would aid you in your task. No, the infirmary is up here, right? Yes. Tell you what happened? Why, yeah, of course. I'm quite recovered enough for that. Anything to help catch those cowardly blackguards. I was travelling my usual route to Whitebrim Front when a sudden blow sent me reeling. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground and several heretics were rifling through my cargo. Arms, armour, crystals, they were taking everything. 'Twas then that one of them noticed my bleary gaze and stalked over to better acquaint my head with his mace. Before darkness claimed me, however, I distinctly heard the words, "Return to Snowcloak." I dare say that's where they were hauling my goods. You'll not catch me rushing off in pursuit. They tell me 'twas a miracle I survived at all, and I'll not trust my thick skull to save me a second time. Maybe I will get to Snowcloak today. I guess we are in the next patch. It just didn't. Usually when finishing the patch, it'll come up with a banner, but I didn't see one. After we took down what's his nuts, Lord of Levin. Yeah, fucked. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna unlock Snowcloak right now. Potentially. Yeah, draw your weapon Wait, I recognize you, adventurer. You've come seeking heretics, then we share a common purpose. We were on patrol when we chanced across one of their raiding parties and pursued them here. By rights, we should have had them cornered in this ravine, and yet they are gone, vanished like icy wraiths. You glimpsed a woman atop the cliff. Could it be Iceheart herself come to sneer at our folly? And to where did she disappear? The heretic must have discovered a passage through the frozen wall, some hidden tunnel that escaped our notice. We have not the men to risk further investigation. It would be best were we to return to Whitebrim Front and lay our suspicions before Lord Drillmont. Damn it! I was so close. Literally, if I complete Snowcloak once, I can continue the Relic questline quite quickly so that we can get to the next stage with one of our Relic weapons. And then all it is Mahatma light grinding, which is dead easy. After, it appears I owe you my thanks once again. The surviving knights spared no detail in their reports. The men you found out near Snowcloak were some of my finest. That they should be bested so handily. I fear I have woefully underestimated the threat these heretics pose. While I understand you might balk at the notion, I must ask that you put aside your mission and consider the stolen provisions lost to us for now. It would be ill-advised to blunder unprepared into what may well be the very lair of our enemy. Pray, return to Dragonhead and inform Lord Haurchefant of your discoveries. he will wish to plan contingencies of his own. As for Iceheart and her fanatics, the freezing heights of Snowcloak will not shield them from our justice for long. Let me go to Snowcloak! Please! Please! Hello.
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
Just what she looks like.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak? Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway?
Oh shit.
Putting such considerations
Mayhap a
aside,
more robust reconnaissance effort.
we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Damn it. So how long? Is it gonna be? Okay, Astral Era main quests. I just want to know how many quests in are we? Fuck. Okay, yeah, we've not even gone into the patch yet. I was right. Fuck me, this has taken a while. Arthur, it is good to see you return to the Toll. How fared you in the frozen wastes of Kurthus? House Fortown is to send us a second shipment. Send thanks to Lord Horshafont for his continued generosity. Even as our own town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract ever greater numbers of those who would do us harm in the name of greed or power. All of us, Alphino's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Alright, I need to speak with him again anyway. So this is the last quest of patch 2.3. We then start 2.4 which is the one that has Snowcloak in it. But, so including Brave New Companions, this quest, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quests before we get to Snowcloak. While you were away in Kurthus, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all but completed, although Tataru does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough of your time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stones and see if your frantic receptionist can do with a hand? Tataru! These parchments need to be sorted, and these documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorely tempted to file the lot in my waste paper basket. Ah, after, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand? Splendid! Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about Revenant's Toll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alphino if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. I wonder if the Signs will ever have matching uniforms. A well-funded organisation is a well-dressed organisation, I suppose. Yu Hase. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The giving of oneself is an investment in the future. Thus did I sign my name to the cause. These uniforms were a splendid idea. Once our organisation has made a name for itself, there shall be wealth aplenty in selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Sure. Thought it best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit that I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Ah, our new uniforms. I'm reminded of my induction into the Wood Whalers. Isildur has at last retired from the adventurer's life, though I shall miss his wisdom and irrepressible spirit. I'm excited to forge my own path forwards. Ah yes, the uniform. Thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organisation is somewhat intimidating. The scarlet garb marks me as a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hearty defender of the Limsa Lominsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm, and thought this new company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Put alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack for colour. I don't believe we've met. I'm Ilbert, and I'll have the honour of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much did I lose to the Calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision. There's no easier method of creating a common bond among what is, essentially, a band of stragglers. Or strangers, even. Little Alamigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll, but this town can be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn aught quite so voluminous. Well, I'm certain I'll grow accustomed to the extra cloth in time. Yeah, he's used to being half naked. Whilst I'm here, turn these in. I already have those. And I already have a Bombard Core and Spring Water. And with that, I now have 3 Zodium. So I just need my 3rd Zodiac Scroll, which is the Method in His Malice quest here. And then I need to do a Ponds of Flesh 3 times. Which I can't do until I have Snowcloak unlocked. Afterbun, God, did not expect to meet you strolling about town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to come to Revenant's Toll. 'Tis an honor to receive this uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Thinking about whilst I'm here. No, neither of them are complete yet. Oh, but it is literally 1 minute. Okay. I'll come back. Hello there, lass. Looking for me, was you? I'd suggest giving a whistle, but I'm not sure as I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing will cut off the blood to my head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. You have some money for me anyway. Thank you. And there we go, they're now completing them. Ooh. Those might not be terrible for actually equipping to my monk. Those might be a little bit too far along for my monk. My monk isn't even level 60 yet. Bearing in mind that I'm doing level 50 content. Like, my levels are a little inflated. But that's why I want to get Dark Knight, Astro, and Machinist, because they all start at 30. And so if I can get them up, we can do Heaven's Ward as the Heaven's Ward classes. Or if I don't level up Red Mage and Samurai, because I've not leveled those yet, I could do it as those. But it would kind of make more sense for it to be the Heaven's Ward classes. Yes, after? Ah, Tato had mentioned that you were handing out the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits? Some few answered the call to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is much a small cohort of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I'd thought of a name for the company? 'Tis my hope that it shall soon be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near after. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement. That's a lot of blue.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12.
So that's how you pronounce it. Kryl. I always thought it was Krilla. Okay.
I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Eorzea. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder. Have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelind's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. Ramu, what are you doing here? The angel and the devil, but they're both just devils. Okay, that's that patch finished. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us naught to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Eorzea is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you already knew. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular, the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him, and support him in whatever manner you are able. Okie dokie. What is it after? And do be concise, I am rather busy. You wish to lend a hand? I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men want for labour. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services, and we are hard-pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance after.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, We identified a suspect among the immortal flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the immortal flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Okie dokie. It's a good thing that between the weekly hunt that I have access to, and mainly the Blue Mage stuff, I get a good amount of Aetheryte tickets each week. And that's just going to increase as we go through the expansions with the firstly with the more access to more S ranks. So if I get in a bad way, I can do S ranks. But also getting more access to weekly hunts, because each expansion adds a new weekly hunt.
Well, well, what brings you here, my friend?
We are blessed by many voice-acted scenes.
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Ha! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monitorists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Okay. That wasn't too bad. It was mainly just voiced cutscenes. I can accept that. Our hunt for the Ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levialur. Hold on. That's to go to Minfilia. This is for Alphino. We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the Fourth was tasked with recontouring the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Damn it! According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity. and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives, yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, Aliane of the Fourth lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out and she will apprise you of the situation. Yeah. Don't mind me, just driving my car through the tavern. You would aid us in this rescue mission. We are in your debt, Warrior of Light. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away to the castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Resh, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please, help us find Resh before it's too late. Found her. They survived longer than I expected. Though I suppose that Ninja doesn't... It's in a weird way. Ninja may not always do as much damage as Warrior. Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. She'll need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garleans will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. But yeah, like, it's a matter of potency. Think that unless I get the positional, I think Warrior can do more damage in a single 3-hit combo. But having things like Assassinate and Bavakafra, whatever the fuck, and Mug, yeah, Ninja will do more damage if you set it up. But then you've also got things like the Beast Gauge attacks, which would be basically the same as these two, as Warrior and... Is it Upheaval? Which is effectively similar to Assassinate. Except it's on a shorter timer. Assassinate is a 60-second timer, and Upheaval is 30 seconds, I believe. To be fair, you do have to be level 60 or 70 something in order to unlock Upheaval, so... Bit different from having Assassinate from level 40. I've awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You've done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe, and we suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission's success to Commander Levialur. I shall go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Okay, we're about a fifth of the way there to getting to Snowcloak if we assume that all of the quests are of a comparable length. Which there is, of course, no guarantee that they are. But we'll see. We will see. Oh, our Chocobo is getting close to leveling up again. But unless I buy an apartment, which I do have the guild for now, unless I buy an apartment and use the stable to train it, it's unlikely that it's going to level until probably after the next stream of Final Fantasy XIV, because I'm basically relying on the Bosom Buddies challenge log to give decent injections of experience to my Chocobo. I do get it out whilst I'm doing the books for relic grinding, though. Does me well to see you thus returned, though I doubt not your prowess. Entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess to having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude after. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you a life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I'll see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, After, I realise you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Kurthus. I've been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. I'm ready. Oh, this is when we meet him. Okay. We've been blessed with a rare opportunity after an audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonhead. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Aymeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me into Kurthus. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I would remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. And that's the true meaning of the pen is mightier than the sword. Signing one document on a national level could lead to saving or killing thousands of people, whereas a single sword can kill tens, hundreds of people. And then there's Thrill, just going, kill them all. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador. By all means, I think it a wonderful idea. We've received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alphino believes your presence may help him to secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent. I take it After has explained the situation. She has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the centre of Abalathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall, some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They've rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbours' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defence of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why, naught. Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction? I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we've been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive as to think that they will come to us out of goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead. Our old friend, Lord Hoshafont, is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Oh, he's not where he... Oh no, I just got turned around. Ah, Arthur. Ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do well for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alphino. An honour, as always. Likewise, Lord Harshafant. Forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortum may ever seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best that we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. So, where is the guy? Ah, he's here. We've been expecting you, madam. Pray, take your ease inside and I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Heyo!
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Aymeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Aymeric. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
He doesn't even get an actual name.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, Shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Forton has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange.
Yeah, this is like Heavensward voice acting. It's considerably better.
Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear.
At the very least, Emmerich is doing a much better job than some of the other voice actors.
However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury? All our precautions were for naught?
How now, brown cow? How now, no. So if we're now starting the intercession of saints, what does that put us at? We're on Dreams of Ice. So that puts us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests away. We're about halfway there. Okay. Again, I don't think that we're going to get there tonight. I think we might get just shy of it tonight, which is going to be annoying. But we'll see how long we can go for, because Neff is not home yet. So I can keep going for a bit longer. Just when we were starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Horshafont and find out what he has learned. And then he got Goomba stomped by a samurai. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. 'Twould be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Horshafont said, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, After. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. The good news is that once we're done with this patch, we then have basically, it's 2 patches, but it's 2.5 and 2.55. But once those are done, we're in Heaven's Ward. And I'm pretty sure that as soon as Heaven's Ward as starts, like, basically the first quest gets you into Foundation, which is the Ishgardian city. So that would be good, because once we're in Foundation, we will get access to Dark Knight, Astrologian, and Machinist. So I can start leveling those. Oh! That being said, though, we're on Intercession of Faith. Of Saints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. There are still, including the one that we're currently on, 39 quests until we're in Heavensward. We're halfway to Heavensward by quest numbers. Ugh. Move along, adventurer. There's nothing for... Eh? Lord Horchefont bids you speak with us. Then you must be... Beg your pardon, sire. As you can see, they left Neri a crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, too. Whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would be easier to just steal it, though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden away off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof, 'tis naught but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual, that is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack, not that his presence accounted to much. In here? He is! Hello! You come and ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance to the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as. Lost and ill-equipped for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. And then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened until I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't... I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection, and they spoke of Shiva. Annoyingly, Kurthus, or Camp Dragonhead, is a good example of what most of the zones in Heavensward are going to be like. One Aetheryte and a lot of flying around to get between places. I don't exactly look forward to going through it all again. Purely because of the amount of just flying or running around there is. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? I suppose that it'll be... Oh, but I can't get riding maps until I've finished the region anyway. So it'll be quicker to just go for flight. It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretics spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphino? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saint of heretics. Wait, you say that she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Hoshafant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Hoshafant, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphinaud. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you would not miss this for the world. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, after, pray, join me in Whitebrim Front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there then. Good. Wait, no, it's still going to be quicker to just hop in from the top. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart? Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Drillmont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, that selfsame frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirm our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to Whitebrim Front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust that you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, my friend, though I dare say it will prove an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillmont has one in mind? Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray, speak, and it shall be done. Okay, these quests aren't taking too long, so we might actually get to Snowcloak. It seems as though we are always a one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the selfsame result. Fortunately, we are not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guilliam. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in Whiterun Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man is... Yep. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean Tremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I've seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Just a car going up the stairs again. Nothing to see here. Is it the one that looks like he has sunken eyes? Is that the one that we're supposed to follow? How would we ever suspect that he might not be a good person? Yeah, those look like trustworthy eyes. Don't mind me, I'm just gonna hide over here. Hey, hey! Where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off here! I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Huh? Bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us in Whiterun Front. Yeah, of course. The Temple Knights are... in Snowcloak. That's what you bring to me? We already know about... Our comrades in Bolden Downs will use the tunnels. They'll be dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless... But if you waste my time again, is that clear? I dare to hope that we will make it to Snowcloak after all. These are being dead short quests. I like it. Oh wait, it's Drill Mom. Okay. Just riding the car down the stairs this time. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Would that you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. We've long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray, rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If alone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy after. The lives of our allies are at stake. Okay, the Dalamud might be a bit big for this. You know what? Fuck it. Get out here. Even though I'm too high a level for you to get any experience from this. Perhaps I should go with something lower, like the Red Mage. Okay, that was another dead short quest. So yeah, I think we're gonna get to Snowcloak. I think that might even be the next quest. Nice. Nice, because then we can do Snowcloak. I can finish off Ponds of Flesh. We can then progress one of the relics to the Mahatma stage. And then when we next stream Final Fantasy XIV, we can finish off a Zeta relic, which will be the end of the relic questline. My knight sent no word of your coming after. What's happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No. No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Templar Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable of the guardsmen's watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable has not changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Durandare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Time is of the essence after. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training and equipment will avail them naught if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may yet still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything you have witnessed. Or discovered. Or whatever the fuck. Just tell them. But yes, we are going to go to Snowcloak. Awesome. Hello. After, this is a welcome surprise. Perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden... You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Levialur been informed? The Braves must be made aware as well. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it! This is all wrong! Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Come here, girl. Hey, Ada. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Levialur! There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we've secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels, after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that's not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Alphino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface.
What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulties, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Aymeric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. If you find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many or Papalimo will sulk. The entrance to the tunnel, madam, it's just over there. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Aymeric's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Sweet! Now, what do I fancy doing Snowcloak as? Let's do warrior. Fuck it. Although this isn't the glamour, but my warrior, I guess. Also, real quick, we are gonna speak to my retainers. And I can fix the glamour. Oh no, I can't fix the glamour. Because I hadn't set it up as a glamour plate link or whatever the fuck. But that's it fixed, I guess. Let's summon these. Shit. Shit. Both terrible. Great. Well, let's go. I don't fancy waiting for a party, so we're going to solo it. Which is why basically our options were to do it is White Mage or Warrior. I don't think my Ninja has the sustainability that we'd need to solo it. Not without... there's some moves that you get, I think, in the 70s, late 70s, that could make it possible to run through this as Ninja easily enough. I don't know, to be fair, it is still only level 50. Stuff is taking a moment to kill. Why they gave the bear a key, God knows. The backing music for this is remarkably kind and calm. Oh! The Snowcloak does actually have some mechanics to it. But from what I remember, it's mainly from the second boss. And they're not exactly difficult. Oh no, it's Frosty. Whatever will I do? Fuck it, I'm a tank. Let's act like it. Okay, yes. The Yeti. This fight has mechanics that I might have to pay attention to. There's a good chance I won't though. Oh no, he's doing it now. So he creates snowballs, and then he makes snowball big. And now he makes us all jump, snowball fall down. That's it. That's the mechanic. Don't be next to the big snowball. Very difficult. Very hard. I think... yeah, this mainly gives antique stuff, which is used to trade for the equipment that I already have. The level 50 class equipment. So there's no point in me having it because it's effectively useless to me. And you can't trade it to the Grand Company for seals, which is the main thing that I am doing with level 50 gear. Because I need bombard cores. I need 40 of them, and I think so far I've got like at most 14. Probably not even that many. But it gets easier and easier to gain Grand Company seals the later that you get into the game. Because the gear just becomes more and more worth giving the Grand Company. No, you don't. No turning into a dragon for you. Or you. Get fucked. Oh, good. I'm getting a finger. Ooh, yummy. Can I eat it? Grotesque key, crafted from what appears to be the bones of an Ellison. Yummy. Puppy! Hey, Fenrir. So what you're supposed to do here is go behind the crystals to protect yourself from his AoE ability that you just did. And move away, or else you get frozen. I have so much health and defense, it really doesn't matter though. How much damage is his tank buster gonna do? Yep. And I'm back up to full. You can freeze me as many times as you want. You don't have ultra vibration. Yeah, and now those crystals are damaged, so if I was to run behind them, it wouldn't do me any good. And goodbye. I had to take him round back and treat him like old Yeller. And there's the item that I needed that was preventing me from doing more relic stuff.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
That's
Yes,
an awful lot of
I
thigh
know who you are, and you know who I am.
for, you know, a very icy, blizzardy area.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good.
A greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn. I didn't think it recognized the first press, so I pressed it again. I apologize.
That took longer than I expected. What news after? So, Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. Okay. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap we will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 be praised after, we may yet turn this situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Eorzea have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortem, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Ugh. Antecedent, you come to us straight from the archives of House Fortem. I trust you. Your time there has been fruitful. It's adorable that she's dressed appropriately for the weather, and Alphino just fucking isn't. Would that I had. Uriandra and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortem. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Huh. Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Aymeric might take issue with her methods. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that the tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Aymeric. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of Helone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervour may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the death of her enemies, but I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture tells us only so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real. A living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being Good King Mogulmog XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mughals guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia. They have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte, somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of this second Aetheryte, however, they've been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route. Most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlayan may be able to assist us. I pray that you're right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Querthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you, in case you were not aware. Good. I knew you would understand. Yu Hase can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilberd and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in his investigation. The Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. There you are after. Commander Levialur instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the Third hail from Uldar, and for a man unaccustomed... And for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, nary a moment ago I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafan's Pass. My braves are already in pursuit. I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. Oh, balls, my ankle's on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went on ahead through Danifan's Pass. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. I need to think about wrapping up soon. Probably once this quest is done, I'll go and do the relic. And then we'll finish up for the day. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics, I'm not sure. It was a great-scaled beast and... Yehase, I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be waiting. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase, you should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Dungeon is that? That's the Neil Darkhold Road. That's Aurum. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those bluecoats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with her then if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it is drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all! Fancy meeting you hereafter. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither? What a tangled web. Lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who's been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favourite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Ugiri and her shinobi, we might never have discovered this connection. Master Alphino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is a most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall always be watching. A comforting thought. Come after. Let us wait inside for Captain Ilberd to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilberd seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I should consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. So, bear with me a moment. What is... So we're on Tendrils of Intrigue. Alright, but where... We are a few quests away from unlocking the next instance. So I think I'm going to wait. We're going to go and do the relic and then we'll finish there. But I don't think it would be unreasonable for us to be able to do the rest of this patch and the first half of Before the Fall next week. I'm going to say that we're not going to get all the way to Heavensward next week, but I think we'll get most of the way there next week. Because there's one dungeon, trial, and what is effectively a trial. Well, don't we have the look of accomplishment about us? Yeah, just take my shit. Thank you, friend. It's a grand thing you done for me, so it pains me to tell you I can't hand over your book just yet. So you have to earn a lot of gil to free Gajasana, and I can't very well do that if I fall from Rowena's good graces. As it happens, Rowena's ordered me to toss a heap of old tomes too mouldy for selling in the furnace. No clue why, but I have to do that before speaking to those with custom. But I've no notion how long it will take me to set fire to the lot, and 'tis twice the pity as I could incinerate the whole heap in an instant if only I had a furnace ring to light and blaze and bundle of perfect firewood to keep it aflame. Ain't life unfair, Venturer? Here I was, all ready to give you the book you worked so hard for, and I can't for dealing with another task. You'll bring him to me? Ah, you're a true friend, so I'll not have you stumbling round the realm in search of the things. I've heard bits of aged items in the Silver Bazaar can find new use if you've the skill to take them apart. Well, has my favourite venturer come with a furnace ring and a bundle of perfect firewood? "12 be praised, you've done it. Now I won't have to spend ages up to my ears in musty old tomes. You've done right by me, I must admit. Never thought you'd do all I asked of you, especially as I'm the one what will profit most from your labour. But 'tis all for the good if it serves to set Gajasana free. Do hope you're not too upset with me. Realise it's horrible to take advantage of the vulnerable, and even more horrible knowing that that's what you're doing. I was on the other end once, when I hadn't 2 gil to scrape together. I had to join a certain crew known for having sticky fingers to get by. 'Twas there I met Gajasana. Don't know what I'd have done without her. Hell's probably be rotting away in some godforsaken jail. Saint among thieves, that Gajasana is. One that's trusted not wisely, but too bloody well. A lover ran off with the crew's coppers, and she took the responsibility for repaying it. Well, she was kicked out on her tail with a mountain of debt to boot. Nothing for the pretty lass but to steal and skirmish to make the money back. But hard life that is. Jasana washed up here, broken and battered to lick her wounds before too long. Well, she meets Rowena, sells herself into servitude to pay off her debts, and you know the rest. Tain't a new story, of course. My travels have taught me that much. The realm's full to bursting with hard-working souls like her. Good folk what keep going even after being stabbed in the back. But I want someone to beat the odds, and I'll do all I can for that someone to be my friend. Well, don't I sound the sentimental fool? Any road, you've given what I was wanting, and now it's my turn. Here, have your book of Skylight. Hope it helps you beat the odds too. Thank you! That's the last item that I needed. Oh, I have all of those. I can progress this until now, where I'd need to do Zamil and Brayflock's Longstop Hard. That's fine. I can do that in my own time. I've got to see a man about a Zodiac weapon. What weapon do I want to transform first? Doesn't really matter which one, because I'll have all three of the ones that I've currently got up to Nexus ready to finish by the next stream. I don't wish to alter, I wish to enhance. Oh, okay, I need to speak with Geralt. Okay. So, you found all 4 bits and pieces, eh? How do I know? It's written all over your smug face. Does Geralt speak true, my friend? You've acquired all the items? Huzzah! Come, my friends, let us recreate an arm of yore. We ain't there just yet, Jalzan. Aye, I can forge a host with the raw materials what after brought quick as you please, but all we'll have then is a fancy weapon without the essence of a legendary arm. We still got to join it with special materia. By my reckoning, it's the only way to infuse our new host with the power of souls. How do you propose we fashion this materia? Should after gather 10 pieces of each form of Atma? No, mayhap 20, 50. Surely materia comprised of 50 pieces would be sufficient. What the hell's you on about, old man? The answer's right in front of your bleeding eyes, the bleeding relic itself. Aye, you and Arthur have done a fine job of filling that thing up with soul energy as the ancients did. Just turn all that to materia and meld it with our new host. Make the soul ascend into an armor legend. It is an awful amount of energy to deal with, though. Your average old craftsman would make a right mess of me finest smithing and disperse the souls to boot. What we need is a real master of materia, if you catch my drift. Master Mutamix, but of course, who else but he could create such potent materia? Come after, we must go to the bonfire and ask his aid at once. Surely he will not refuse the challenge. Off we go. Burton and Adkin trade many tongue flaps about sphere scrolls, but today Uplander seeks materia knowings of Mutamix? Uplander wants to make legendary Fighty Tool into materia. Interesting. Fighty Tool full of airy self become amazing materia. With the knowings in Mutamix's brain case, it's possible, but Mutamix has shiver shakes. It is a very big chance game. Even with the knowings of Mutamix, cannot give word bond of success. Brain case filled with doubtful buzzing munchly. May go very, very unrightly. If Mutamix is failing, legendary Fighty Tool will turn to bitty bits. Airy self go bye-bye too. But will give hand lending if Uplander is unweak of bladder. Give Hail Call and Mutamix make trip to your stay place. And what did Mutamix have to say? I knew he couldn't say no to a challenge like this. And that means that everything's set for the great show. I've got my forge fired up, so all that's left is to tell Janzan you're ready and willing. Well, what say we create us a legendary arm? Yeah. Zodiac weapon recreation. You ready to recreate a legendary arm from times of Eld? Then let's make the soul of your current relic ascend to a newly forged vessel, and so remake a Zodiac weapon. Yeah, and then I have to choose which one I want to do it for. Cool. I think we'll start with the Bravura or the Ragnarok. But it's not going to be long before I do all. I have all three of them done. I'll probably have that done before the end of the weekend. Yes, the Zodiac weapon we make with these will be finer than aught else in the land. If you are firm in your purpose, let us begin. The culmination of our efforts is so close at hand after. Come, let us call Master Mutamix, and then to work. So, I'm going to be first. Well, just you watch what I can do with this old hammer and anvil. I'll forge a host for the Zodiac weapon what's got no equal in all Eorzea. Huh. Well, 'tis done. Behold the weapon precisely as it was in days of yore. All that's left is to meld materia to it. Well, Master Mutamix, I believe that's your area of expertise. Will you transform After's relic into materia? This relic is very mighty fighty tool, full of airy self. Mutamix has many shiver shakes. Cannot give word bond that secret joining skill of Mutamix will be success. If fail, fighty tool will turn to bitty bits. Please be warned, the chance of success for turning a relic weapon Nexus into materia is 1.4%. Your relic will be lost if the process fails. Please be warned, the chance of success for turning a relic weapon Nexus into materia is 1.4%. Your relic will be lost if the process fails. Are you certain? That's the spirit. We heard the bold last, Mutamix. Make the relic into materia. Then let the chance game of many heart thumps begin. Oh, thank God. It worked. 1.4%. Whew. We got lucky. Giant eyes. Does Mutamix true see? The relic fighty tool of the Uplander is now materia. Mutamix has success muchly. I knew you had it in you, Mutamix. Then all that remains for us to join the relic made materia to Geralt's Zodiac weapon host. Now I shall attempt to complete the arm with the Zodiac scroll and flawless Alexandrite. An ancient hero seized a weapon like this from a void-sent lord. At the time it was taken, legend tells us it was a sword, yet later it transformed to match the bent of its wielder and became a mighty battle axe. Come, take up your Ragnarok, born of stars' radiance, forged through heroes' might, and imbued with soul's blessing. That's right. And that's it. Yep. Yeah, now we have the Ragnarok, which is pretty metal. Doesn't have any kind of glow effect though, aside from just the pulsing. That's fine. After. You see before you a man content. My studies are complete, and I am now composing my master treaty on the enhancement of arms through soul infusion. Once I've finished, I intend to return to my homeland. My journey of discovery, in other words, now draws to a close. I tell you though, the research I performed here was the most meaningful of my career. 'Twas your deeds that led me to these new heights, and you have my deepest gratitude. I must not forget to thank Geralt. I have an exquisite liquor from my own private cellar, a small token of my appreciation. Might I ask you to deliver it? It would be altogether too embarrassing to give it to him myself. You like the Ragnarok there, Thrill? It's much cooler than the bravura it was before, but it's not done. A present from Jalzahn now, is it? Sunshine. It looks hefty. It looks like something out of Brutal Legend. You'd think the bugger would thank me in the flesh, but I'll have his gift all the same. I'm still dreaming of the last bottle's fiery kick. Just as well you're here, though. I've been meaning to have a word with you about your Zodiac weapon. See, I got curious as to the Trial of the Braves, so I bargained a bit with Rowena and got myself a complete set from the she-devil. I even laid me hand on the last tome of the series, the Book of Netherdark. What's written there surprised the living hells out of me. Seems the original Zodiac weapons each had a self all of their own, a sentience shaped by the bearer's very soul. The arms grew mightier and easier to wield of their own will, based on nothing but the character and needs of their heroes. Weren't just something as simple as having a piece of steel you've grown accustomed to. Those weapons were like extensions of the Braves' bodies. 'Tis why they were the greatest arms of their own ages, and why they were lost. You can hardly pass a weapon down through the generations if no other bugger can wield it for shite, can you? Geralt, this is hardly what I expected to hear upon coming to bid you farewell. Tell me, do you think this tale true? Aye, God's help me, I do. And I even reckon there's a decent chance the recreated Zodiac weapon can do the very same thing. Mind you, any other arm and you'd be a fool to try, but after weapon's got soul and light in it. I'd wager me next 6 pints of mead it's got some form of sentience already. I'm of the mind that it ain't been fully awakened yet. 'Tis a strange concept, but I suppose we've encountered stranger in our travails. Moreover, this notion of sentience could be the origin of how these arms came to achieve their legendary status. A weapon able to choose its wielder by its own will. Fascinating, simply fascinating. Why, I can imagine no truer ally. It ain't like to keep your company with its bantering, Jalzahn. We're talking about forging an unbreakable bond twixt the soul of the wielder and the weapon. Well, after you come this far, you keen on seeing this through? Dear me, it would seem as though a postponement to my homewards journey is in order. I must set to this venture forthwith. I'm glad of the help, Jazam, but starting out on the venture's easier than said than done. For all else, we've got to crack how to awaken the sleeping sentience in After's arm. Indeed, indeed. Mayhap we can awaken the soul within the arm via some substance alike in character. Creating a resonance betwixt souls can allow for the transference of certain qualities after all. Atma, for instance, has no sentience of its own to speak of, yet as the crystallized soul of a living being, it can contain a particular sense, an aspect of consciousness, if you will. Alas, I fear Atma is too weak. However, some stronger variety of crystallized soul may be capable of bestowing its sense unto the slumbering sentience. Of course, for the weapon to profit by this, simply possessing the crystal will not be enough. The sense will not magically transfer itself. We will have to find a way to make the soul without connection to the soul within. Wielding the weapon whilst the crystallized soul is near could be the answer, or we might also... Wait, the first thing you said about wielding the weapon, that ain't half bad, and it just so happens I have an idea of where you might get the kind of crystallized soul you're talking about. You need to pay Rowena a visit. Of course it ain't her you want, but her introduction to a bloke called Remon. The man handles arcane goods, and comes around to Rowena's place every now and again. Not regular like though, Rowena's one what only wheels and deals in the shadows. Geralt, you're acquainted with a merchant at the black market? I knew your shady past would aid us at some point. There's no time to waste after. Pray, see about arranging this introduction. We're nearly there. There's one last step. One last step. Thankfully, it's not that involved. It is tedious, though. I don't have to grind and get something that has a chance of dropping. Why? I thought I already had Labor of Love. No? Okay. Give me Labor of Love again then. I'm not exactly in a rush to get it done because I don't need any more of the item back from the quest until I've got another relic weapon up to Nexus, which is going to take me a while. Because it's just doing the books. The books take like a week to do, and it's mainly because of fates. It's waiting around for the fates that takes ages. Let me guess, you're here an account of old Geralt and some weapon or another. How close I'd come. Well, at least now I know why Geralt was hankering for some old tomes. Like starved cat after a plump mouse he was. When that man starts working, there ain't naught in this realm as can stop him. And changed a bit from when we were travelling around. Oh, but that's, what is it we were talking about again? Ah, that's right, you were hunting for Remon. Well, I reckon he's the man you want, given what you're after. Of course, the problem ain't finding him, it's the getting him to help your part. See, a fair's way back, Remon lent Geralt a pretty lump of money. Time comes to repay it, and Geralt tries to run. Certain words are said, certain bottles thrown. Needless to say, Remon hates the blacksmith more than Morble Bile. I ended up repaying the sum Geralt owed, but Remon's kept that grudge smouldering inside him for nigh on 20 years. I understand why well enough, I suppose. Could have bought 10 manses in the lavender beds for what Geralt took. I conjure any man would be hesitant to forgive and forget after that. Now, what you know the particulars, I'll give you your introductions, but best to keep in mind what folk as work in the shadows are real sticklers for their code. Won't deal with the soul what's broken it, nor their friends. So run on back to Hurstmill and tell Geralt what Remon's in his usual haunt. I don't think the merchant will touch you with 10 full pole unless the dolt apologizes in full. It's just a fucking bunch of back and forth. Eh? What's that about Remon? God, just like that gill-pinching bastard to not deal with you unless I grovel at his bloody feet. You'd think it water under the bridge by now, as it's been a full 20 years since. But it ain't the money, is it? It's the woman. Never even mind, well, who? The point's that Remon won't just forgive me, no matter how long or loud I apologise. Have you considered that a gift may say more than words can, Geralt? Surely you know of something dear to him. You heard all that, did you? As it happens, I can't rightly remember what Remon likes. Well, say for a bottle of liquor or 3. Then the fiery liquor I gave you is the answer, is it not? Now, don't talk nonsense. It ain't every day I can drink such fine spirits. That liquor's mine, and mine's can stay. Fine. For the sake of the bloody Zodiac weapon, I'll part with him a bottle of sunshine. You'll not regret this, Geralt. Though I am sorry to say that bottle represents the last of the spirit I brought from Radzat Han. God damn it all. Please, Jalzan, at least tell me you've not run out of the ingredients you need to brew a potion. I have not, though all my alchemical equipment is now buried at the bottom of my luggage. But pray tell, what would you have me do with them? Something I read in the Trials of the Braves. For now, let's just say we'll need a potion of the like if this awakening business is goes to plan. Now after, if Rowena said Remon's in his usual haunt, then you'll need to make your way to Swiftperch. Once you find the bloke, just give him this bottle of sunshine and say it's from me. Get yourself some of what he's dealing and then hie off to battle. Sense will pass to your weapon through soul resonance, and the more blows you strike, the sooner its sentience will start to wake. No doubt the Zodiac Glass will aid you in taking measurements of the soul resonance. Once you've imbued your arm with enough senses, return to me and I'll do my utmost to see its full potential realised. Alright, so we now fast travel to Swiftperch. And you will see why this is a tedious but not hard step. This is probably one of the easiest steps of the entire process. Good evening, After, isn't it? So I thought. I've been expecting you. Ah, this must be Geralt's token of apology. What an exotic aroma. I'm afraid no bottle of liquor, be it ever so fine, can quell the hate I bear the man. However, I will accept this olive branch nonetheless. But surely you came as much to rouse something from slumber as to lay an old grudge to rest. No need to explain. Not to a man with a web of 1,000 eyes and ears. You seek to awaken the sentience nestled within your Zodiac weapon, or am I wrong? So I thought. I must say, even I was surprised to hear that Geralt succeeded in recreating a Zodiac Brave's arm, and amazed to learn the weapon concealed yet another secret. Now, of all my wares, Mahatma would serve best to bring that secret to light. I have 12 types all told, each the shard of a soul with a distinct sense contained within. I cannot say if it will be what Geralt was expecting, but attaching them to your weapon in a careful order should do something. As one who once sweated over the anvil, I'm intrigued to see what. The merchant in me, however, cannot give Mahatma away for free. My price is Allegan Tombstones of Poetics. Rowena will never more be mine, but I would still aid her with these where I can. Ah, and you needn't worry about me. I may deal from the shadows, but I dislike shadowy dealings. When you're ready to purchase Mahatma, simply say the word and produce the Allegan Tombstones, of course. I forgot that you needed Poetics for this. Ugh. How much is it? Yeah, so you have to work through it one at a time through all 12 of the Atma. Oh, it's only 50. Oh, that's fine. So it costs a total of 300, which means that... no, a total of 600. 600. Which means that 2 daily roulettes of the main scenario quest roulette would get you enough, because that's 350 each. And I mean, to be honest, you'd probably only have to do 1 to get like 400 easy. So, we strike our accord. Here's your Mahatma of the Ram. Crystal said to awake a great sense of assertion within souls. I've taken the liberty of affixing it to your arm. Now go forth and wield it. So these are a lot easier to max out than the light grind previously. Basically, doing Aurum Vale twice will max it out. Guaranteed. If you get lucky and find which dungeon has the bonus to light gain, you can do it in 1. So either I have to do a dungeon 12 times and cost 600 tombstones, or I need to do a dungeon 24 times and have 600 tombstones. So it can be very, very quick and easy, or it can take a while. But awesome. So we have Ragnarok. I can guarantee you that I will have done this stage and will be ready to finish off most likely Ragnarok. I think it's Nirvana for the White Mage. And whatever it Sasuke's Blades for the ninja, because I just need to do Ponds of Flesh a couple more times, which is just running a few dungeons unsynced. That'll be easy enough. So yeah, we are nearly there. Very nearly there. And this is the worst relic process, because it costs a lot of time, a lot of gil, a lot of tombstones. Like, it literally takes everything, and the books are the worst stage for it. Everything else isn't too bad. When it comes to doing the Anima relics, which are the Heavensward relics, we can't do them until we finish Heavensward anyway. But I can start getting the items from relics that I need now. I can, for like Tombstones of Poetics, I can start getting those now, as I already have. So I actually have almost enough of the unidentified items to begin that stage. You need a shit ton. I think it's like 80 is it 800,000 Grand Company seals to get all of the
relics for A Realm Reborn, as well as all of the tombstones, all of the gil, which is a minimum of 4 million gil. And that's assuming that you get lucky in desynthesizing all of the stuff that you need to build the perfect things. You've got the time loss in gathering the Alexandrite. You've got the time loss in doing the books. You've got the time loss in doing the light grind. The Anima Relic still has light grind. It still has some stuff that needs Grand Company seals, but it's considerably less so. Each relic requires it early on, but it's not too bad beyond that. The light grind won't be too bad if we can unlock one of the savage raids for Alexander, which won't be too difficult. It's going to be gathering the items for the crystal sand, I think, is going to be the hardest thing for the anima. Which is... Oh yeah, that's the other thing that's really annoying with the A Realm Reborn relic, is the materia. The sphere scroll stage is annoying and potentially expensive because of the amount of materia that you need. And that's why I've still got so much materia. Thankfully, I now have money that I could buy more materia as well. The issue is that there's also not necessarily a lot of level 1 materia being sold. And if it is, it's usually a load of listings of 1. And so it can be really annoying to buy because you need a minimum of like 11 or 12 to get to the next stage, assuming that you don't have any failures. So yeah, this is all to say I will continue to do the rest of the A Realm Reborn relics off stream. But once we've completed our first relic, which could be... I mean, to be honest, I might just do all 3 next week if I'm able to get everything up to that point. Which I probably should be able to. Yeah, the Mahatma grind isn't that bad. Once we've done those, I probably won't show any more of the A Realm Reborn relic stuff, and I'll just do it off stream. And that'll probably continue into Heaven's Ward for a bit. The thing with Heaven's Ward relics is that there's 3 more of them. Because there's 3 more classes. Because you've got Machinist, Astrologian, and Dark Knight as well. So that's going to be the issue, is that with each expansion there's more classes to do the relics for. So if I'm doing every relic again, shit adds up quickly. Right. So yeah, next week probably finish off A Realm Reborn relics on stream. Finish off our first Zeta relic and probably 2 more in the same stream. Maybe get to the Foundation so that we can unlock the remaining classes, at which point I will probably also unlock Reaper and Sage, because there's no point in not doing it. And
we need to do the remaining 4 classes job quests, which are Paladin, Monk, Dragoon, and Bard. We have not done anything beyond their first job quest to get the job crystal. So that will then also unlock 4 more A Realm Reborn relics that I can work on. But it will free up slots because I'll use up all of the Atma and then I'll have more slots available in here. Also, once we're done with all of the materia gathering, I'm probably not going to bother keeping hold of materia. I don't think I have any real use for it. Because there's no point in melding materia into equipment that you're just going to replace. It's only useful if it's equipment that you're going to be keeping for a while. And to be honest, we're not going to reach a point where I'm not going to be replacing equipment until either we reach Eureka in Stormblood, which is the end game of Stormblood, and how you get the relic stuff for Stormblood. Because that is a level synced instance, there is equipment that is the best in slot for that instance. Those are worth melding, but other than that, until we then... I think that then there's a similar thing for Bosnia content, which is the Shadowbringers one. But until we reach level cap, and we have the best gear that we have available, there's not going to be any point melding, and the only point in melding that would be if I am on content, and I am up to date with current content, which I am not going to be for a very, very long time. I've pre-ordered Dawn Trail, but I would be surprised if we get to Dawn Trail this year with the way that we're going. Because we've got Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, and Endwalker. We've got 4 expansions to all get through before we even start Dawn Trail. Now, that doesn't necessarily that isn't necessarily to say that I'm always going to be doing like relic content at the time that we're doing stuff. It's probably going to be similar to this, where I start doing relic stuff whilst we're in post expansion, and then I'll just continue to do that in the background. Like, honestly, Eureka is going to be a little bit weird for it because there are story quests in Eureka in order to get to the further areas. But the really good thing about Eureka is I will need so much of the resource, and it's just one. There are 2 resources that you need. So I can just farm the shit out of that for days and 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 days. So yeah, Stormblood relics will be... there's going to be a lot to it. And then if I want to do the Baldessian Arsenal stuff, I'd probably stream that once. Maybe a couple of times, because I think when they often do, when the Discord that I'm a part of often do runs, is usually when I would be streaming as well. But I'm going to need to do a lot of runs of the Baldessian Arsenal as well. Yay. I do look forward to... I enjoyed Eureka a lot when I was doing it for my main. Right, yeah, I am babbling because it's after 1 in the morning. Thank you guys for watching. I will see some of you. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying some of you. There's not exactly that many people here, but I will see I will see some people tomorrow for the start of Dragon's Dogma 2. Given that it's the weekend and it's the weekend streams, I want to do Dragon's Dogma. Monday and Wednesday we will circle back and go polish some stuff off in Rebirth. But yeah, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one. Later.